To order, we have a quorum. Could we please have the roll call?
Absolutely, Mayor. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Francina.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Chief Deputy City Clerk. Welcome, everyone, to the May 28th meeting of the Ojai City Council. Would you please say the pledge for us?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Would everyone please rise as you are able? Our flag is in the back of the room here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. No commission reports tonight or presentations, so we will move right on to public communications. Let's begin with David Marin, and then Brian Akins, and then William Wyrick.
Just going to take a moment to get my timer so I follow along. Good evening, Mayor Sticks, members of the council, staff, and the audience. I'm David Marin with the Ventura County Civic Alliance, and in front of you, you have a copy of our 2023 State of the Region report. We produced this at the Ventura County Civic Alliance, which is a nonprofit that's focused on issues in Ventura County regarding sustainability, quality of life. We look at issues from the economy, the environment, and social equity. If you could flip to the inside back cover, I'd like to just give a word of gratitude to our sponsors, our larger ones, Community Foundation, the Community College District. You can see the other list of sponsors that we have in here. Normally I do a nice PowerPoint, so if I look like I'm looking for my clicker, it's just an old habit. If you could flip to page 8, some highlights here. And one of the very valuable things, Mr. Harvey, I'll say, is this report is designed for you, a newcomer to our community who can learn about the trends in our region. Page 8 shows you demographics. The highlight here is that Ventura County is getting older. In 2000, we were an average age of 34.2. We're up to 38.7 in 2021. And the city of Ojai is actually at an average age of 50. So you are the oldest city. There's more information on here, but this is a long-term problem for the city. I'll skip ahead to page 27. Just to point out on page 27 that our nonprofits, we have 10,000 nonprofits in Ventura County generating annual wages of almost $500 million. So a large number of people are working in that industry. Quickly, I'll show you page 37 is about the economy. And this chart on 37, the top part is showing you the number of jobs. The bottom is the salaries. And you can see that we're growing jobs in lower paying industries. This is not necessarily a problem in Ojai, but it's countywide. Just trying to attract those higher paying jobs is one of the important things in our community. Other comparisons are on page 41. You can see the taxable sales of every city in the county. Ojai was at 190 million in 2022. We release this report, by the way, every 2 years, and for the audience, it's available for download at civicalliance.org. Some other key things is, most important takeaway is that our birth rate is declining in Ventura County. It is a significant issue. You may have seen Simi Valley has closed their birthing center. Santa Paula Hospital is looking at that. There's a chart on page 79 that just shows the steep decline. A lot of this is because it is so expensive for our young people to live here that they consider moving out of the area. They wait longer to have children. All of these things are a huge issue. Much more in here, and you don't have to read it start to finish. You can jump through. It's broken into beautiful categories.
Thank you very much, David. Next, we have Brian Akins, then William Wyrick, and then Ama Akigbo. Got it.
Mayor, I'm sorry, that should actually be item number 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine,
Sorry.
thank you. William Wyrick?
Hello, everyone. 3 quick things I want to just comment on that have just been bothering me and building up. Number 1, a lot of people have been getting some very terse notifications from the Ventura County Fire District about fire clearance standards. And I think it's incumbent upon the city and the county government to be an example. Apply the same standards to ourselves in our respective governments. Go along the Ventura County Bike Trail, the Ventura Bike Trail, Valley Bike Trail. You'll see palm trees without fronds removed, dead fronds, big buildups. Something that the Ventura County Fire District specifically says to a private property owner, you have to clear. It's now an ordinance. And anyway, so please, let's have the bike trail and other items that are involving city property apply the standards that are being applied to private owners to the public lands. Number 2, we're a tree city. We celebrate Tree City. Always been a big supporter of that. What I don't like to see is that when tree dies, street trees die in the public right-of-way, we don't replace them. At least we don't have a good program of replacing them. And within 3 or 4 block walk of my house, I can count 6 tree pockets. Trees died, no new trees. Some places we concrete in the tree pocket because I guess we have no plan of ever replacing it. For a tree city, let's celebrate it and let's practice it. Last but not least, I was really moved by Councilperson Francina's comment about her life and her birthday on Facebook. I know I'm not supposed to call out, but I was. It was poignant. And one phrase that stuck in my head was the simple dignity of being able to wash your lettuce in your own sink. That also should apply to our grant for our homeless, unhoused people. My understanding is that the design does not include plumbing, just has air conditioning and shelter. And I think Dignity, this is supposed to be Dignity Moves, is one of the sponsoring organizations. I just think that's part of Dignity, to have people be able to take care of themselves in their space that we're trying to provide them. I don't understand why, with that kind of money that we may or may not have, I hope we end up getting it, that we appropriate proper dignity to the unhoused population by allowing them not have to get up in the middle of the night and go outside to take care of things that might come up. So please consider that redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Alma.
Honorable Mayor Betsy Sticks, esteemed members of the Ojai City Council, fellow citizens of our beloved Ojai, good evening. My name is Ama Okibo, and I'm in 11th grade at Thatcher. I stand before you today with a heart filled with gratitude and mind brimming with hope for the future of our community. Mayor Sticks, your visionary leadership in creating the Ojai Youth Council has opened a door for the voices of our young people to be heard. Their ideas can be nurtured and their dreams can take flight. The Ojai Youth Council is a testament to the power of inclusivity and the belief that every voice matters regardless of age, gender, or identity. By providing a platform for our youth to engage in decision-making processes that shape our city, you have empowered them, including myself, to become active participants in the democratic process and activism in our for our collective future. We cannot claim to be nurturing the leaders of tomorrow if we fail to listen to their voices today. So as we look ahead, I implore this esteemed council to consider establishing the Ojai Youth Council as a permanent fixture of our city's governance structure. By passing a law that ensures the progression of this vital institution, we can guarantee the voices of young people will never be silenced and their perspectives will continue to enrich our discourse and guide our actions. Another issue that demands our immediate attention is the potential of water scarcity in our region. As mentioned during my last speech, while we may not feel the effects today, the time to act is now. Water is the lifeblood of our community, and we must be proactive in safeguarding this precious resource for generations to come. I urge this council to please prioritize water conservation efforts, explore sustainable water management practices, and foster a culture of responsible water usage amongst our citizens. By taking a decisive action today, we can ensure that our children and grandchildren will never know the hardships of water scarcity. Finally, I would like to address the issue of homelessness, a challenge that has touched my life personally and continues to plague cities across our nation. During the summer of 2023 at Yale University in Connecticut, I witnessed firsthand the struggles of hardships faced by those who didn't have a permanent home. Homelessness is not a statistic. It is a human tragedy that demands our compassion and unwavering commitment to finding lasting solutions. I implore this council to keep homelessness at the forefront of your agenda, to explore innovative approaches, and to work tirelessly to provide support, resources, and opportunity for those who find themselves without a roof over their heads. In closing, I stand before you today as a voice of the youth, a champion for sustainable water management, and an advocate for those who have fallen on hard times. Together, we can build Ojai that is inclusive, resilient, and compassionate, a city that serves as a beacon of hope for generations to come. Thank you for your time and your unwavering commitment to the betterment of our community.
Thank you, Alma. Anyone online?
Mayor, we have one raised hand for general public comment. Mr. Larry Steingold, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Nice smile, Rachel. The arts fair, the art in the park was wonderful, and everybody should be congratulated. Two suggestions: one, that they have more garbage cans, and then throughout the city, because they were all overflowing, and that when it is picked up, they pick up all the trash, because there are a few barrels that were emptied where there is stuff on the ground. So I certainly suggest, or actually plead with you, to have more trash cans around the city when we have these festivals and fairs, because they fill up real quick. The student council, Mayor, I think it's a great idea. I think it's wonderful, and I think they're doing a great job. How many of them are citizens of Ojai? Also, in the same vein that you have one, I believe the city councilors, the other city councilors, should have a city council student commission that includes citizens from students from their district. And that would put them on par, and would be different targets, different issues, different things, but they would be students of the city of Ojai. And regarding the $12.7 million for Camp Ojai, that's what they are. They will be very nice cabins without plumbing. That is not dignity. That is a summer camp, okay? And just like with tents or with tough sheds without plumbing, they need plumbing. When you're a senior or you're old or however you want to be with children, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock at night, you have to get up and hit the head, okay? You go wandering across the park, okay? So I think we really need to rethink the design. If they can do it at Mesa, we can do it for a lot less, $12.5 million or $2 million a year in expenses. And then after that, what's the plan to move Camp Ojai? Okay, that's what it's going to be. Is it going to be there for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years? What is the plan? When does it go away? Or is it going to be there permanently? In which case, the neighbors need to be involved, because they, just like the pickleball person, will be affected, and their values and their lifestyle and their peace of mind will be affected. So please have a plan to do something so it goes to a more permanent facility with plumbing. These people need dignity, they need help, okay? And those that don't, so please do something along those lines. Thank you.
No more raised hands
Okay.
on Zoom, Mayor.
Thank you, Larry. All right, we will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
Actually, I want to pull an item,
Thank you.
Okay.
item D.
Which one?
Item D from the
D.
consent calendar.
Okay. Anyone else like to pull anything? Okay, is there a motion to approve everything except D?
I'll move to approve
Okay,
everything.
a second?
Yes.
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, great. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
So item D is the minutes from Tuesday the 14th, and I've had a lot of questions about what happened that night vis-a-vis our closed session, not the content of the closed session, but those in attendance. And I would like the minutes to reflect, this would be at item 7.
Wait, where are you?
So on the minutes, item 7 from the May 14th minutes.
Okay.
After the,
Mine only goes to 6.
Here's 7.
It looks like it's on page 7.
Closed session, okay, got it,
Yeah.
sorry.
okay,
Yeah.
so after the recitation of the government code provision, add the statement, City Attorney Summers stated that staff recommends that as the claimant, council member Rule should recuse from the matter. I'd like to add that statement at that point, and then after, and then following that, the statement, the following were present in closed session. Mayor Sticks, Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, present remotely via telewebinar, and council members Rule, Lang, and Francina. Also present in the closed session, City Manager Harvey and City Attorney Summers. So those would be my proposed additions to the minutes.
Councilmember Francina? Yes.
Would it be appropriate to add that the council did not object to council member Rule being present? If we're
No.
going to state what the staff recommended, wouldn't it likewise be appropriate to say that the council, it was up to the council, and we did not object to her being present, is my recollection.
I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Can I add one thing? So I actually asked that question, and that's how we got that's when our city attorney responded with that response.
And the fact that the council accepted all 5 being present in closed session is inherent in the listing of all 5 were present in closed session. I think that would meet that need.
Okay.
I think it would, but I think that what Councilmember Francina is pointing out, that this is a direct statement towards Councilmember Rule not agreeing with staff. So I think that it is also appropriate to say that ultimately, because I think you could infer that, but I think people who don't know the process don't necessarily infer in that way. So I would say for clarity, I would say that there's no reason not to put that there. It doesn't in any way minimize anything else that has been said. And I am perfectly in agreement with Councilmember Whitman's statement that, that I chose not to recuse myself. That was obvious and true, as was the fact that this council did not take a vote to recuse me. So, I'd say be complete if you're gonna change the minutes.
So
Mayor Pro Tem?
my response to that would be that Councilman Francina raised the issue of whether everybody agreed that Councilmember Rule could attend, and then I think the city manager said, let's leave that discussion for closed session. But there was no discussion in closed session about whether she should be present or not.
Well,
But
Let's just to go through the chair.
Chair.
Councilmember?
So that's for that reason, I think one sentence, just as you stated, that it was inherent in the fact that that no council members objected to her being there. However you said it was perfect. The word inherent.
The issue is the difference between the council as a body and no council members. That's the problem we're having here. So if the frame is add the point that I had stated that staff recommended that the as the claimant, Councilmember Rule recused, then the following were present in closed session. The council majority did not object to Councilmember Rule's presence. That would, I think, cover it.
Yeah, and
Councilmember Rule?
yeah, thank you. Anything that was happened in closed session should stay in closed session unless I am incorrect in assuming that.
That is correct.
But
So-
you're
Just a
adding
reminder,
some-
just a reminder if we could just one at a time. Are you finished?
I'm just saying, Councilmember Whitman, I don't know why you are bringing this up. I mean, it is petty, and it is vindictive, and it is stupid. But you go
I'm
ahead
going to
and do
ask
it.
to keep it on a policy and not make it personal. And
Well,
let's-
it's a
let's-
stupid
excuse me,
policy.
excuse me, I'm speaking. If you could not interrupt and if you could not refrain from name calling, that would be wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem?
So the problem with adding the comment, nobody objected, is that that is saying what happened in closed session. I mean, it was just never discussed. So to suggest that there was no objection, I think that this language that I've proposed, simply saying who was present, and people can infer whatever they want from who was present.
So do we need a motion to include
yes.
that? Okay, do you want to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would suggest, I think we've debated the matter,
Yeah.
just take a vote.
Yeah, and actually pass this down to Wes, because it'll make it easier for him, but I'll read it. This statement, added following the recitation to the code section. City Attorney Summers stated that staff recommends that as the claimant, Councilmember Rule should recuse from the matter. The following were present in closed session: Mayor Sticks, Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, present remotely via telewebinar, Council members Rule, Lang, and Francina, also present in closed session, City Manager Harvey, and City Attorney Summers.
Okay, so that's your motion?
That's my
Or is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Lang, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Whitman,
Excuse me.
second Councilmember Lang.
Excuse me, Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion
Okay.
that we include, because we do not want to disclose what happened in closed session, that we add to that minutes that no action was taken by the city council to have Councilmember Rule recuse herself during open session.
During closed
Okay,
session?
Closed
just
session.
one-
Yes, sorry,
is-
closed session.
So that's your motion. Is there a second for
I'll
that motion?
second that.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
You might want to read the whole. Thank you.
Yes. We have a motion by Councilmember Rule with a second by Councilmember Francina to add to the minutes of the May 14th regular meeting of the City Council for item 7 that no action was taken by the full council to have Councilmember Rule recuse herself.
And I understood the motion included the rest of what Mayor Pro Tem Whitman was adding, or just your statement?
No, as I said, I have no problem
Okay.
with Councilmember Whitman's statement.
So, it's the so the substitute motion then is the two pieces together.
It's the two pieces
Okay.
together. That is correct.
Thank you for the
Understood.
clarification.
Like I just stated, on top of Councilmember Whitman's original motion with the language provided. Roll call. Councilmember Francina.
Well, I'll vote yes if it includes that statement. Yeah.
Which the motion does. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No?
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
May I ask, I hate to draw this ordeal out, but if you didn't accept it, you accepted it, but you didn't vote for it. Is that correct?
I didn't accept then or accept now that somebody who has a financial interest in the decision attends a closed session.
Can't discuss this because it's not on the agenda, so we should.
Yeah, the minutes is the item. I think the minutes
Okay.
action is
Yeah.
taken.
Okay.
If
right,
I could
thank
just
you.
clarify for Councilmember Francina, it wasn't a friendly amendment. It was a substitute motion, so it added to his motion. So he did not want to vote yes on the addition to his motion, even though his motion remained. But it wasn't a friendly amendment, so he didn't have to accept it.
And may I state for the record that I feel that your motion does not add to a feeling of goodwill and friendliness amongst the council members.
It adds,
Unnecessary.
okay, so I'll respond to the comment and say that it adds to transparency of what has occurred, because many members of the public were wondering why somebody who's making a financial claim is then attending the meeting in which the financial claim is discussed confidentially with counsel.
And I did receive that same question from several people. So let's move on to the public hearing. This is item.
We had
already
previously
did.
approved the rest of the
We did.
consent calendar.
Okay, let's move on to the public hearing. This is item number 2, City Council approval of Planning Commission recommendation for approval of a design review permit for the expansion of the Lavender Inn. We have a staff report? Excellent.
So before we do the staff report, the project's architect is my brother. I have no financial interest in his business. He has no financial interest in me. But I don't want anyone to be concerned at all that the fact that he's my brother, that there could be some type of connection or whatever. And so I'm going to recuse from this matter, and I'm going to do what the code section says you're supposed to do when there's a recusal, and I'm going to leave the room.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Through the mayor,
Yep.
could I just make a statement? I appreciate Councilman Whitman recusing himself, because what we don't have here, we have a code of conduct which talks only about financial interests, but we don't have a code of ethics that talks about how we can support family members or others. So I appreciate him recusing himself and understanding that it is a matter of ethics and not a matter of conduct where there is financial benefit one way or the other. And this council has spoken many times of bringing forward a code of ethics that will speak to that, and yet we have yet to do that. So I applaud Council Member Whitman for understanding that distinction.
And just a note to the public, Councilmember Lang and I are, and with our city attorney, are working on a code of conduct, we're calling it, and I think that's coming at the next meeting, perhaps, or?
That is in process. This would be a preview of future agenda items. We have to sort out exactly which meeting it's scheduled for, but yes, we had a good discussion the other day with Mayor Six, Councilmember Lang, myself, and the new Assistant City Attorney Taylor Anderson, who has got, among other things, a background for many years in ethics and public meeting management and commission management, and among other hats was general counsel for the City of Long Beach Ethics Commission. Her expertise is coming to the table, and the first step of that, the preview of an email you'll get, is a 5-by-1 meetings with each council member to talk about what they'd like to see in the code of conduct and code of ethics. So that's in process. Precise date to return is TBD depending on those meetings, but that is in process.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Yep.
Also, I just wanted to add, just to refresh everyone's memory, that the FPCC has very specific guidelines and rules, ethics protocols that we follow on this council that relate to specifically financial interests and policies with financial interests in mind.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Mr. Community Development Director, thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you for that intro. Okay, so Lucas Seibert, Community Development Director for the City of Ojai, for anybody watching online. I'm going to give kind of just like a setting of the table for tonight's discussion, and then I have Mark Whitman, who's here, who's going to go through about 7 or 8 slides tonight and kind of go into some of the detail regarding the project. So the project itself is 214 East Matilaha. It is the Lavender Inn. The Lavender Inn currently has 9 units, and it is a historic landmark, number 14, which is referred to as a Nordorf School brick house. And then there's proposed modifications to the site, which were reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission at their March 14th meeting. That had a positive recommendation that then moved forward to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission then reviewed this matter at their April 17th meeting and also gave a positive recommendation with this proposal that you have before you tonight for consideration. The proposal itself is broken up into about 5 or 6 points. I'll go through them very briefly. It's talking about and proposing a remodel and adaptive reuse of the existing office building on an adjacent parcel to add 2 additional hotel units. That is really kind of towards and leaning towards the front of the site itself, facing Matilaha. It also includes the proposal of the installation of 3 modular structures, which would be brought on site. That adds 2 hotel units in total, bringing the total from 9 to 12. While that sounds like it should be 9 to 13, one of those units is actually really broken up into one larger unit with a pass-through door. It also includes a shipping container that will be used to house an open bar. That open bar will be used as a part of and in conjunction with a proposed swimming pool. And then that swimming pool is also going to need a bath equipment structure for the hotel guests. Now, in terms of the proposal we have tonight, there's a lot of basic technical pieces, planning tools I call them, which include a lot line adjustment, plan development permit, conditional use permit, and last but not least, a design review permit. All of those are clumped together in the toolbox that is the planning related tools that this body is reviewing and considering tonight. They include, the lot line adjustment is taking two lots, merging them into one. The plan development permit is taking setbacks and looking for reductions in those setbacks to kind of maximize the space. In addition to that, the applicant is proposing a reduction in the parking from 15 to 14 spaces. As the project sits right now, there's 9 spaces on site, so they're actually looking at going from 9 to 14. And then last but not least is the conditional use permit. So that conditional use permit is to allow for the outdoor activities, which is a pretty technical piece, but the outdoor activities also include the pool, as well as the that bar area that I mentioned earlier. So with that, staff is requesting that the City Council consider adoption of the resolution, which is attachment A to this staff report, which includes the design review permit, the plan development permit, the conditional use permit, the lot line adjustment, and then it's subject to those conditions which are baked into the resolution. I know Mark Whitman is here as well to kind of go into the project itself. I'm kind of just laying the foundation for that. Your cue, Mark.
Thank you, Lucas, for a nice introduction there. It's good to be here, members of the City Council and staff. Thank you for having seen this project tonight. I'm here representing the Mark and Kathy Hartley, the owners of the property of the Lavender Inn, and they are proposing this development mostly just to make the property more economically feasible. It's a small, 9 units is pretty minimal for operating an inn with managers and staff, and they could run this project with the same amount of staff as they currently have, and so it's just they're just trying to maximize the value of the property. Another note that I'd like to point out is the traffic study with the removal of the office building and replacement of the 4 or 5 units. It's actually a decrease in traffic from what the existing traffic. So we're actually reducing traffic by making this proposal according to the traffic engineers. But also, we just think it's going to be a great improvement to the community and whole. It's going to be a nice project. I'd like to describe that to you. I have a slide up on the wall that is kind of a bird's eye view of the project with the office building on the bottom right, which we're remodeling. It butts up to the other office building that is recently remodeled and completed. But we're going to go to more of a country, more in tune with the Victorian flavor of the Lavender Inn with the architecture, and we're going to carry that throughout, adding these modular units. The reason we're doing modulars is not so much cost. It's going to be about the same cost, but it's just the amount of time of construction. So the impact, they're concerned about their guests, but it's also the impact of the community that's going to cut the construction time down by significantly, like 6 months or so. And so that's the incentive for doing the modulars. And the added swimming pool is kind of a standard feature for hotel motels these days. If people want to lounge by the swimming pool. And the little container unit, which is mostly hidden behind everything, backs up to the property. Half of it's being used, or 2/3 of it's being used as a storage. It's replacing an existing storage shed that backs up to the property now, which we'll be demolishing. And then we're going to convert the other third into a little outdoor bar. It's kind of a trendy, hip idea that you see a lot these days with people converting their containers. And so, anyway, I'd like to walk you through the rest of the slides. The plan, so we're at the parking in the front is existing, and we're just kind of rearranging the spaces and removing the entry that's along the east side there, and it's making one driveway entrance into the property, which will turn into the parking immediately to the right there, and then it's mostly the existing parking that we're maintaining on the rest of the project. The trash right now is in the back of the property, and it's kind of a dirt field behind the office building, and that's where the trash containers are now. So we're bringing that to the front of the property, right behind the I guess they call it a spa, but it's like a little hairdressing building in the front right now, and that's where we're bringing the trash to. And then the part of the pool in the back, that we have a little bathroom structure as well. I didn't point out before, but it's a little pool house. Anyway, go to the next slide. And yeah, one of the part of the project is to open up. There's kind of a breezeway. It seemed like it was an add-on to the old Lavender Inn, which was called the Brick Schoolhouse at one. I think it was like an old schoolhouse built in 1880 or something like that. But anyway, there's a breezeway that we're going to open up, so people from the side yard on the west side, the big beautiful lawn area that they have, they have gatherings there. But we're going to open that breezeway up, and so people can, walk from the parking lot to and from the pool area. They can, walk back and forth without having to cut through the building. And so that's we're describing in this slide. So, next one, yeah. Here are the elevations. Again, we're kind of trying to play off the Victorian farmhouse style of the Lavender Inn, but as we went through the historic commission and the standards are not to make it the same. So it's to make it kind of blend in and be like that. So we have different materials on this structure. We have some board and bat siding and some Ojai stone that we're bringing into the wainscot and some of the facades. And but overall, it's got sort of that Victorian charm to it. Next slide, yeah. Yeah, we have here's the colors and materials, as we pointed out before. We have board and bat, but we're it's kind of a gray on gray, which is I think a very traditional color for the style, and then the Ojai stone.
Next slide.
Next slide, thank you. We're part of the proposal is also to paint the existing Lavender Inn the same colors, and so we went through the historic on reviewing this as well, and they had some recommendations for the type of paint, but they like the colors. But after the fire, they had a power wash in the building, and it actually removed the color from the building, and they exposed this sort of, you know, muddy gray color that they want to, you know, go back and paint over. Next slide. Yeah, Bill Millay is not here tonight, but this is he prepared the landscape plan. You know, Bill's worked a lot of native drought tolerant materials, and he's very sensitive to our climate here. There are some really beautiful mature oaks that we're not going to really be dealing with at all, but there was mentioned, you know, we still have to go through the public art program, and so we were thinking to the front on the west side corner of the structure facing the street might be a good place for public art. But we haven't made that proposal yet. All right, next slide. Oh yeah, and so we prepared this like walkthrough or three-dimensional visualization of the project, so you can kind of see it using our technology. Today I have some really nifty 20-year-olds in my office who are really into this, and I'm very impressed. You know, they kind of blow my hand renderings away when you see this, but you really get a feeling for what it's like to live in the project. The swimming pool and that outdoor bar container that we talked about, and then each of the units have their private courtyards, little backyard of the new units. They all have their own individual private courtyards. So that's the end of my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Thank you so much, Mark. Beautiful. Any questions from council? Nope. Any for Lucas? Nope. Well, thank you so much.
All right.
Hey, the transit stop is beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really nice. Yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have Brian Akins.
Hello there, Council. Brian Akins, Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. As Mark alluded to this, and Lucas reported, this is a landmark in the city. When changes were being contemplated and being planned, they did come to the Historic Preservation for kind of an overview and an update for us. We kind of get upset when people don't pay attention to us when they're working on a landmark. We drive by and go, call Lucas or Mara first. So I do want to thank, we held two meetings. In the first meeting, I do want to thank Mark and Kathy Hartley, and Mark, who both came to our meeting, answered all of our questions. Again, our role was purely as an advisory, as a suggestion. In the second meeting that came forward, that they came with, it was, as Mark said, on the paint colors. They went through the whole history. HPC Commissioner Sims is an aficionado on paint. She determined that the paint colors listed in these were not the most current paint color, name of that paint color, things like that, and talked about the texture of the paint and the glossy or non-glossy, all the little things that are way over my head. Mark was at that meeting. Again, Mark Whitman was at that meeting. I did want to point out that there's the two structures that Mark talked about side by side. One of those was built in 1949. One of those was built in 1954. It was discussed that they were both in item 1 on a survey that was done for the city but never adopted by the city about 10 years ago. And so the building that is on the west side of those two is the one that will be impacted. The one on the right side will not be impacted. But yeah, was happy. Looks great. Can't wait to see it completed. I love the design. I also like the comment Mark said. He said, so we built these and they were to fit in, but they had to be, as it's termed, a little bit faux. And so I'm always getting that. So we want things preserved. We want things built, but don't make them look like they're old, because you just have to have that little bit of differentiation. So again, we enjoyed them coming to our council and hope that we provided them just our suggestions rather than any direct guidance from the HPC. And we appreciate the city coming to us and working with Mara through this whole process and getting all the answers we needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next we have,
On Zoom, we actually have Kathy Hartley, one of the owners. She has her hand raised.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Sorry, it's through the mayor. It's really up to you.
Yeah, you can take her, or you can go back to the public
Okay.
arts.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy. Please proceed.
Good evening, council members. I'm sorry I couldn't be there tonight. My grandkids in Tennessee took precedence over the meeting. They had some special things going on that we, as grandparents, couldn't miss. And my husband's currently on a flight back to California right now. I wanted to point out a few things. First of all, just for your information, Lavender Inn is celebrating the 150th year. It was built in 1874. So we're going to have a celebration. We updated our logo, and probably, towards the end of the year, we'll have the celebration. So we're real excited about that. And we try to keep with the history and the integrity of the building as well. So we think Mark Whitman did a great job blending the old and adding some new updates to it too. So, and I wanted to make a correction that we only have 8 rooms, which has made it pretty hard to have a full staff going on and the hours covered. Whereas adding these rooms, we won't have to add more staff except for probably extending the housekeepers' hours. The pool area is going to be restricted to guest only. We do have a CUP for alcohol on the property, and we're very careful with that. That won't be open all the time. That'll just be open on the bar that is in the container will be open on occasion. So it's not going to be a party place at all. It's just, Mark has pointed out that his guests at the pool are there on a limited basis as well. It's just because we have to compete with other hotels in town where their guests can cool off. So that's why we're putting in the pool. And the in and out traffic, it was more when we had somebody renting next door, the chiropractor. He was busy with people coming from Ventura, local people from out of town coming in and out every hour for several chiropractors in the building. So this will be less of an impact on the traffic area. And I'm open to any questions, but thank you for listening.
thank you, Kathy. Any questions from council? Nope. All right, we'll continue with public comments. Next, we have Bill Miley and then Anita Cram.
Hello. I participated in the Planning Commission reviews of the development and the new development proposal, redevelopment. Mark and Kathy Hartley are to be commended for their care and innovation for this historic building and the site. And I know it has brick in the foundation and part of the structure, original brick. It takes a little effort. It takes a little effort to visualize this was Ojai's first public school, as I understand it. I went to my first public school in 1936 in a brick building. Okay? I support all of the planned changes and expansions. Especially I support the addition of a pool for this hotel. What better way to accommodate increasing global warming? I will take this opportunity to emphasize the need for a community pool, an aquatic center for the Ojai Valley. I request you approve the design review permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Anita Cram.
Good evening. So I'm not going to speak for or against this project. I really have no opinion on that part of it. But I would like to point out just a couple things. First of all, I don't quite understand how this is an improvement for the community. It's definitely maybe an improvement for the property and an economic improvement for the people who own it. And I don't have anything against that. But what I do want to ask about are like the reduction in setbacks and the reduction in parking. And how is this decided for projects? Who gets to break the rules? And what are the guidelines for breaking the rules? And who doesn't get to break the rules on the permits and the processes? And I think the community needs to understand that, of when you're allowing reductions in setbacks, reductions in parking, and other things to happen, what are your criteria for making these decisions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
No, Mayor, no raised hands.
All right, we will close the public hearing and move on to discussion.
Could Lucas?
Could I just respond to?
Sure, of course.
Thank you, through the mayor. So, okay, so there's a reason why in the beginning I identified that this body is a part of a decision-making piece for 4 different planning tools: the design review permit, the conditional use permit, the plan development permit, and the lot line adjustment. With the exception of lot line adjustment, each of those other 3 that I just mentioned, the plan development permit, the design review permit, and the conditional use permit, all require specific findings. Those findings went before, to a certain degree, kind of softer version, before the Historic Preservation Commission for their consideration, but really they were focused on the Historic Resources Report, or the history of the site, and whether or not what they were proposing was going to fit in to the existing Lavender Inn. Planning Commission really dived into the findings, the justification, asked a lot of, it's really where the Planning Commission got into the weeds on this matter, and then brought forward a recommendation for approval. The findings themselves for this body to review and consider are within the resolution itself, and all are identifying how they are in a positive manner. Now, the interesting thing, and I think the important thing to understand, is that it is discretionary. There is no looking at this and saying, oh yeah, it absolutely makes a lot of sense. Each of these findings that have been identified within the conditional use permit, the plan development permit, and the design review permit have been carefully crafted to ensure that the context, continuity, and scale and architectural compatibility fit within this community moving forward. Any questions? I can certainly answer them to clarify that more, but it's really kind of the broader sense, and then kind of get into the weeds on each and every one of these specifically. Like even just to take it a step further, and then I could soapbox this all day long. Just to take it a step further, like for instance, the setbacks and the parking. It's when reviewing that, we recognize that there's opportunities where there's open space, but recognize that keeping that open space and finding little nooks and crannies to kind of take advantage of the continuity of the site itself was a success. And I think you see that with the swimming pool being strategically located versus having it kind of off to the side and kind of not in context and connected to the rest of the uses. The same thing is true with the I guess, for lack of a better term, the bar area itself, and bringing that in. It's literally being located in an area that kind of is hidden, but hidden in plain sight for anybody that's attending. So.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to discussion. You want to begin?
Well, I was going to see if we could put a motion on the table and then discuss.
Let's do it.
Go for
I'd
it.
like to make a motion to approve the plans and the conditional use permit.
I'd like to second that wholeheartedly.
And the other related permits too.
And the other related permits too. Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Would anyone like to make any comments? Yes,
Yeah,
Councilmember.
I would like to, this, you know, after reviewing all the plans and reviewing the staff report, I think this is a really great project. I think that it's well thought out. I really appreciate the drought-tolerant landscaping and all of the care that Mr. Whitman puts into considering climate and the environment when he is designing. And I'm really happy to support one of our longstanding local businesses.
Councilmember?
I will ditto what Councilmember Lang said, and I wanted to thank Anita for bringing up the questions, because I think those are good questions to have answered and to try to figure out, you know, how things are played off of each other and what are the pros and cons. I also watched 2 of the Planning Commission meetings. I think it's a wonderful project, and, you know, all of the principals involved took great care to make this a project that I believe Ojai will be proud of. So once again, as with Councilmember Lang and Francina, I'm 100% in support and thank the folks that have put this forward and the way that they put it forward. It's really impressive.
Councilmember?
Yeah. So I'll just echo what Councilmember Legg and Leslie Councilmember Rule have stated. And I want to add that I look at that building almost every single day. I walk by it all the time with my granddaughters, and we often stop and look at the beautiful landscaping in front. It is so charming. It is pleasant when I'm eating breakfast at Rainbow Bridge. It's visually uplifting, and I'm assured that the owners and the architect and everyone involved will cultivate the charm that already exists. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would just like to agree with council members, and thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Mark, for being here. It's a beautiful plan, and you know, I love the Lavender Inn. It's really an anchor of our community. It's been here for so long. I've had friends and family stay there for decades and had a lot of fun there. Very dog friendly. You can't paint it lavender, though, can you? I guess not. Just a question. Okay. Yeah. It's really, and Kathy and Mark, thank you so much. It's really an institution. And Anita, yes, those were really good questions. And yeah, we have to think about it. I think it fits our community really well. And we also have to look at the impact that it has on residents. So I appreciate all the thought and the care that went into this. And it's exciting. So with that, roll call.
Could I just one last comment? I wanted to thank the HPC for being a resource, and I think that you know, being a resource, people putting their knowledge and their expertise and their love of certain things at the service of the community, at the service of architects, at the service of owners, you know, and I didn't see any of the meetings, but what I would understand it to be was a really valuable give and take, a resource, as it should be. So I wanted to thank Brian and the HPC commissioners for being the resource that they are.
Good point, Councilmember Rule. Yes, thank you, HBC and Planning Commission, too. So, collaboration. All right, a roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor, we have a motion by Councilmember Lang with a second by Councilmember Francina to adopt the resolution approving the plan development permit, design review permit, lot line adjustment, and conditional use permit for the expansion of the existing Lavender Inn Hotel, and all other specifics of the resolution as stated. Roll call. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Councilmember Whitman recused.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you so much. All right, we will move on to public communications remainder. No cards in the house. Yep. Oh, yes.
Somebody's going to get him, I think.
Okay.
We just leave.
He may be watching in the back, but if not, somebody will grab him.
After a while. Yeah. Are we on Item 3, yeah.
Yes, we are.
Welcome back, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. City Clerk, any comments online for?
Thank you for asking, Mayor. No raised hands, but we do have a remainder portion for general public comment for our Zoom participants. And we have one raised hand from Kathy Hartley. Kathy, you do have the floor now.
Thank you. I'm still here. I just wanted to thank you too, along with a student from Thatcher, I forget her name, for starting the Ojai Youth Council. I know from experience, I was decades ago on the Denver Mayor Youth Council. And because I found it so valuable, I tried to get some Ventura mayors to do it. And I just think it's so great to bring students together from all the different schools, the private and the public, the one public in Ojai together to become leaders and learn from all of you and learn civics and so many things. So thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you, Kathy.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, all right, we will move on to item number 3, adoption of a resolution amending the salary schedule to update the salary range for the Public Works Director, the Community Development Director, the Finance Director, and adding a Tier 2 to the Trolley Driver Retention Program. We have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. And good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to be back up here again, beside the actual city clerk. Today I'm here to discuss the adoption of a resolution amending the salary schedule to update each of our 3 director positions. So that is for the Public Works Director, the Community Development Director, and the Finance Director, as well as adding a Tier 2 to our Trolley Driver Retention Program. So just to take a step back first, this work all kind of builds off of the existing work taking place through our consultant work through Bryce Consulting that began in March. They are currently in the process of conducting a comprehensive class and compensation study that is looking to better determine the regional competitiveness of our existing salary structure with the city for both compensation of salary and benefits. In this work, they are currently looking at different comparator agencies, so a number of cities in the Ojai region, as well as the county and a special district as well. So building off of their existing work, the purpose of this study is to ensure that the total compensation of our current and future employees remain competitive regionally, therefore with the intention thereby hopefully retaining and attracting staff at a greater rate. So as we build into our director salary range specifically, we had a return on the first phase of our study, which included general comparative salary ranges for our Public Works Director, our Community Development Director, and our Finance Director. These positions were focused on first due to a need to improve the competitiveness in these 3 specific areas. So you can see in the attachment B, section, we were approximately 25% under current labor market rates for those 3 positions. So this would significantly enhance our competitiveness in those 3 ranges, and it would it would intend to align us at the median salary rate for our comparator pool. Additionally, the second intention of this increase is to hopefully provide a feasible path to retain our incumbent interim Public Works Director, Lindy Palmer. Lindy is currently working as a retired CalPERS annuitant, which doesn't allow her to work more than half the year. In doing this, we could have a feasible path to provide a role for her as a full-time employee for the remainder of this fiscal year and then hopefully beyond. So using the data presented, staff proposes an amendment to the existing salary structure for the 3 director positions to better align our regional salary trends. The proposed salary would align the city again with the median salary rates from the study that we found. Those existing three director positions currently have a range of minimum maximum ranging from $11,485 to $14,166. The new proposed range would have a monthly salary of $14,846 at the minimum and $18,040 at the maximum. And just a side note, this will be amended in the next fiscal year salary structure to include a 5-step classification. Currently, all management positions only have a minimum maximum, so we'll be outlining that differently as we move forward. That's the intention. Again, also, we have a second tier to this request, which is through amending our special pays and trolley driver retention program. Now, this has been approved. There is a special incentive for our drivers to take on additional hours, so they receive bonus pay if they sign up for an additional amount of hours, they meet certain markers. That was approved. However, it's not currently in our salary schedule, so we'd like to make that amendment and include that for the website and for just to be able to show the job we're doing in promoting our drivers. So again, staff recommends that the City Council adopt this resolution, establishing salary ranges for fiscal year 2023-24 effective June 10th. The City Council may propose an alternative salary range or direct staff to further analysis before proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Any questions from council?
One question, when it comes time to make a motion, can we separate the trolley and the directors, the other three? Yeah, we can separate those two, right? Yeah. And then, is it possible to do some fact checking? We received a letter from one. I did receive some calls. People were kind of surprised at such a big jump, 30% versus incremental increases. Is it true that one person wrote in, who will probably speak at the podium, is it true that several cities larger than ours have salaries much less? Carpinteria, Moore Park, Fillmore, and Santa Paula? Is the increase based on our higher housing costs? Is there, let's have a little more explanation. Thank you.
Sure, through the mayor. So when we do a total compensation salary survey, which is what we're doing, and this is kind of a early step, we're going to come back later with a more comprehensive recommendation on other classifications in the city. But when we do that, we look regionally at who our competitors are.
Okay.
When I say competitors, I'm talking about other local governments to whom we gain or lose employees from.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so in local government, regardless of size, classifications are very similar. So if you're an assistant planner for the city of Ojai, it's not completely dissimilar from being an assistant planner for the city of Oxnard. Maybe, the projects you're working on might be a little bit different. The scope of what you do in a day could be different. But as far as what the qualifications are and the requirements, those are pretty uniform.
Yes. Okay.
So it's feasible to be in a smaller city and go to a larger city, and to be in a larger city and go to a smaller city, and it happens all the time. So when we're trying to look at comparator agencies in the region, we, again, are just looking at who else is out there that we draw from or we lose from. It's not a situation where we're trying to say, as a city, who are we most like? Who has a similar budget? Who has a similar population? That's not how you draw the distinction. Or I've been in other cities where there were folks that said, well, hey, we're a resort town. Let's compare ourselves to other resort towns. I'm just as a for instance.
Yeah.
No, because you're not losing cities across the state into other cities, far-flung areas. It's your general area. If you're a city employee, where would you leave to go take a job without having to sell your house or relocate your family or uproot your kids from school? So that's the rationale. And what we're proposing, and it is a sizable increase, I would be the first to tell you that, but that was my observation when I got here, was that you're not paying your director ranks or your a large swath of your staff a competitive rate. And I suspect there's a number of reasons for that. But financially, you're in a position where you can more than afford it. And it's far more expensive to spend all your time chasing new employees, doing recruitments, onboarding, etc. One of the benefits of doing this is you have an incumbent in a director position who is retired, who is working as a CalPERS annuitant, who has said, hey, if you pay a competitive salary, I'll forego my retirement and I'll come back to work full-time as an employee. Well, that means we don't have to do a recruitment.
Yes.
That in itself is about $30,000 to $40,000. Not to mention the lost opportunity time, you know, and so on and so forth that you would have, and the impact of business continuity. So anyway, that's. But yes, there will be other positions we're going to be coming back to talk to you. This is kind of a story of a lot of your classifications. I think it's been a little willy-nilly here over the past several years as far as how increases are done and the rationale. This is a more thoughtful approach with data that you can look at and understand where we sit in the region. So I'm sure you weren't expecting a long speech, but I'm sorry.
No, this is excellent.
There you go.
This is what the public needs to hear. And
Okay.
now I understand, have a better understanding. Thank you.
Right.
That's good.
You're welcome.
Any other question, Councilmember Lang?
Yes, I have a question too, and thank you. I agree on appreciating that explanation. One question I had is I noticed that a number of these other communities, cities in the area, have a lower base starting point, and the one that we're proposing is in the $14,000 to $15,000 range. Would there be any drawbacks to us lowering the starting if we keep the maximum the same?
Councilmember Lang, there wouldn't be any drawback. I don't know the utility, because simply, you know, I don't know. Certainly council could do that. I just don't know as the individual who would be placing directors in the range, you know, if I would be in a situation where I would be placing somebody at such a low, you know, the directors are kind of a rank, a family of job, if you will, and I can't envision having one over here and one over here. If I was going to be in that situation, I think I would think thoughtfully about maybe perhaps I need an assistant director classification that better reflects, you know, the lower end than having that broad of a spectrum.
Okay.
Because I want to be truthful with you. I'm
Yeah.
probably just not going to ever place somebody that far down because there won't be somebody.
Okay, I hear you. I think I was thinking more in terms of my question was coming from, you know, if we keep a lower range, does that open us to more possibilities if we have someone with a level of expertise who would maybe come from a different place, or, you know, but I hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Yep, question? Yep.
And I was going to ask the same question that Councilmember Lang just asked, but I want to make sure I'm doing my math right, and we're looking at, for these three positions, increasing the maximum range to at an expense of about $50,000 a year per position.
Well, so a couple things. It's going to depend on where obviously the incumbent is and where they get placed in the range, obviously, right? I think just the important thing to know is the end of the range will put annual salaries at over, you know, $218,000, I think, for the very top. At the bottom, Mr. Petner, do you know the bottom of the range?
The bottom of the range it's in the 170s, about 176,000.
So basically what we're doing is we're going from that, and that's where our current range tops out. So we're basically picking up from where the current range tops out and going out considerably further. So as your city manager, that gives me some flexibility. That doesn't mean that, you know, every director, directors, are going to be all at the top of the range. It'll be based upon, you know, level of experience and so on and so forth. But in the annual cost is, just so the council has an understanding, in the budget that's coming to you June 11th, we have placed $250,000. We're not saying we're going to use all that, but as a placeholder for total comp and salary increases in the next fiscal year and going forward. We don't know that that's going to be the entire amount that we're going to ask you to apply, but we know that we're significantly below market and that there's a lot of competitive benefits that elsewhere that aren't offered here that we think you should consider. So when we come back, we'll with the full complement, that'll be part of the discussion. For these 3 positions, the annual impact might be south of $50,000. I mean, probably less, probably between 30 and 50.
All 3 combined or
Combined.
each individually?
Combined, yeah.
Okay, and then you may have just answered my next question, but I was just wondering if we're going to see the rest of the positions that are part of Exhibit A coming to us as part of a increase of those positions.
Yes, but what we'd also like to do is take a little more thoughtful approach. As part of that, we want to talk to you about adopting a pay philosophy so that we have a target. What we've done with this particular family of jobs is we have looked at the median, so median, not the average, obviously, that's the middle agency in the list, and that's where we've targeted matching these particular salaries towards. That might be a good approach you want to look at for the rest of the city employees, or maybe you want to do something like where you adopt a percentage of the median, perhaps. I was in a city that for some reason chose 95% of the median as their target. You have some flexibility there, but we want to bring a pay philosophy along with the data so that you can tell us, here's where we want to be. This city, another shocking thing is doesn't have any employee associations, has no unions, okay? And I think that I'm not entirely sure why that has persevered, but I'd like to try to take care of our folks so they don't feel like they have to organize. Of course, if they want to, that's fine. That's a federal right. I would never step in the way of that. But I think if we do things like have a pay philosophy and actually survey, our comparator agencies, we're demonstrating that we know it's a competitive market out there, and we want to take care of our people.
Okay, one last question. I asked previously about whether the Public Works Director position should have a PE license requirement. And I did see in this survey material that, at least half of the positions that we're comparing with, they do require and or say that their PE is desirable. And I'm wondering if that is a what are your thoughts about how that actually, why don't I ask this question instead? This is a better question, I think. How much are we spending per year on engineering services that could potentially be solved, handled by a?
Okay, well, we spend. It depends on the project. This year probably is a little bit of an anomaly because of some of the major projects that we're bringing forward, notably, the ATP, and actually that was probably that engineering money was spent this fiscal year and a portion of last fiscal year. But I think to better answer your question, it makes sense to have a public works director with a PE credential if you have an engineering department, okay? But if you're a little small city, you're not going to be able to use your stamp on half the projects that come across your desk anyway. You're not going to have the expertise to use that every single time. And so it makes more sense with the number of projects we do to do it project-based. And candidly, the other component, and no offense to all the public engineers out there in the room, from a general management perspective, I find I work better with a director with more of a holistic managerial type background versus somebody who's an engineer who's very foundationally thinking about things, which is what you often tend to get in my experience.
Okay, so it just, for my own clarification, see if I got your explanation correct. The PE is much more of a kind of a generalized ability to put a stamp on a project, and a substantial portion of the projects that we deal with are going to require more expertise, and we're going to have to contract out for that anyways.
Yes, and you would see people with the PE normally if they had a group of engineers that worked for them, where they're handing something off to somebody essentially to review it and approve it. And the city has had a PE before in that role. I don't, judging by the number of projects that you guys actually have finished over the last 10 years, I would say that was not probably.
Who's salaried?
I'm just saying, I don't.
If I could add one other point, there is a benefit in the right kinds of projects, like your larger paving projects and building projects, to having a contract engineer prepare those plans and specs, because then you have that contract engineer's insurance behind those plans and specs if something goes wrong. If it's an in-house employee, we're dependent upon our insurance with the risk pools. So that's baked in the premiums, of course, for the price tag of what you're getting, but you get that specialized expertise, somebody who all they do every day, day in, day out, is reviews plans and specs for paving projects, as opposed to someone who does that on every other Tuesday and does other stuff other days. You can get that specialist expertise on those particular projects.
Okay, we will move on to public comment. First, we have William Wyrick and then Bill Miley.
Thank you, Mayor. I submitted a comment. I'm just going to summarize it. A couple points. I understand that you've more or less disabled the budget committee, and there was no budget committee review of the mid-year budget adjustments, no budget committee for this. And what concerns me is that the value of a budget committee is the kind of collaboration that's already been alluded to this evening. You had a structured way of bringing in people into the review process with specific community and finance experience that no longer exists. Budget committee hasn't met in over a year. And I don't understand, it seems to me like the loss of that structured, broader input, collaborative input I think it's missed. At least I think it's degrades or would improve the quality of the deliberation if it was included. Second, city manager's point about talking about an assistant planner on comparable salary as being the same as analyzing director is contradicted by the discussion we just heard about engineers. What's the big difference between a director in a smaller city and the bigger city? Number of people being supervised. That's an important element. And you do tend to pay more for people that have the additional expertise of larger numbers of people that they're supervising. So I think that there is something to be said that when you're talking about directors and you're talking about managing entire areas of the city, bureaucracy, that there is a problem in sort of putting together the larger cities with inherently larger staffs and the smaller cities. I also think that the comparables should have been outside of just Ventura County, because it is a regional employment market, which is more than just Ventura County. And it seems to me that my cursory examination of the analysis that it was limited to Ventura County. So I just think that when you are looking at something like this, if you could at least consider possibly having a budget committee process again, and also making sure that something like this that has implications far into the future and sets pattern for a lot of other salary adjustments is fully vetted and thought through and not necessarily rushed for particular personnel reasons to be adopted before the end of the fiscal year. Better to be wrapped into a discussion of the budget for the coming fiscal year, which is actually ends June 30th, and you're talking about this being effective before the end of the fiscal year. It's something that should be included in the budget planning process effective July 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Bill Miley.
Hello. I studied the report, including the comparison city salaries. Several cities larger than ours have much less or equal Carpinteria, Moore Park, Fillmore, Santa Paula. Maybe the high draw request is housing costs. So I would like to see that a factor in the wage rather than having it built into the amount without a comment. I also looked at the percent increase in monthly wage salaries. It's a 30% per month increase, of course, a 30% per year. For all three directors, the starting salary today at level A is $11,485, and 5 steps later, $14,846. That comes out to $178,000, $152 per year. With this increase, starting level will be $14,166 and going up to $18,040, which equals $216,480 per year. Ouch. 30% is a high percentage of adjustment in my opinion. In fact, it's too high. With 4 comparison cities providing lower wages, I don't find the proposed reasons justifiable. Housing costs obviously are because we haven't built anything in 30 years until now. It would seem reasonable to mitigate the salary increases to 5% a year over many years. Every employee uses their annual wage income to live on. It depends on education, skill, etc. We pay $20 an hour to $100 an hour. Technicians may make $30 to $35 per hour. Trolley drivers make $20 or $40,000 a year. A technician makes $60,000. I know this report says this is adjustment phase 1. There'll be more. Question is, are we going to do 30% on everybody? I would like to see this. This is way out of balance. I think Bill Wyrick's idea for a budget committee meeting is a great one. I urge a lower percent to start, 5% per year. It possibly should be considered a housing supplement. Our present city manager receives the housing supplement or a loan for purchase of a house. And that's it.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. City Clerk, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand from Larry Steingold. Larry, you have the floor.
Yes, 30% is a lot of money. But I believe that obviously job retention, employee training, onboarding, avoiding unions by paying the staff and employees a fair wage. We lose employees to Casitas and other agencies because we don't pay them enough. So I think we do that. I also think having a budget committee, but having, this is a difficult having a public conversation, knowing everybody. This is a small town. So how do you tell somebody, hey, I think you're worth it, but I don't think the town has enough money. Everybody says we have an ample budget. We have lots of money. You just reduce the road budget to do the pickleball courts. You got $1 million a year or whatever the number is doing for the homeless encampment. Where's the money coming from? We either need to generate more income or do something regarding our priorities and spending. We can't do it all. We need to have the directors. We need to have competent directors, and they're good at what they do. But to have, a 30% just seems really egregious right now with all the inflation and everything else, with all the other spending you're having. You've got the Maricopa, which will probably get funded by the county, but then you got the second road, Ojai Avenue. Where are we going to get the money? Put more taxes on the budget so that we can tax tourists to pay for all these benefits for our citizens. That's the way you get around this. You solve the budget crisis by bringing in more money. So propose that and bring back the budget committee. I mean, having management of the city provide raises for themselves is should be more in the budget, maybe a different group, maybe local people, a payroll committee, salary committee, add them to it. So that's my suggestion. But we need more money to cover all the increased expenses that you're obligating us to. This is never going to go away. It's going to go up and up and up, and that's fine as long as we have the money coming in. So that's my take.
Thank you, Larry.
Next, we have John Trent. John, you have the floor.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I just wanted to say, as a reminder, we are a small town, and because of that, our city staff works incredibly hard. A lot of the bigger cities have additional resources that they can pull towards, and they different committees that they can leverage. Our staff doesn't have that luxury, so they end up working, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs. So I definitely like the idea of an increase in salary. I think recruitment is expensive. We just went through this with our city manager. We had to recruit. We had to, look at hiring new folks, and it's an expensive process. So I agree with what the city manager has said. I think that our staff is well deserving of it. We have had lots of folks that have left. We've had an assistant planner that has left. So it's difficult to keep good people when you don't pay them well. And I agree that having, spending all of our money on recruiting people is a waste. And I think having that institutional knowledge and that history and keeping our good people and retention goes a long way. So I want you guys just to consider the fact that our staff does work incredibly hard.
Thank you, John.
Mayor, no more.
Okay. All right. We will move on to discussion. Mr. City Manager?
Just so I could set the table maybe a little bit better, there were some financial questions raised, and I just want to answer some of those if I could. So at the next meeting, we're going to be bringing to you a proposed budget. Your general fund expenditures are approximately $16 million annually, and they will be next year, fiscal year 24-25. We're going to be bringing to you a proposed budget with a reserve of $18.5 million. So you're going to meet your general fund obligations annually with an additional $2.5 million on top of that. So that's what I mean when I say that you're financially doing well. A lot of that's because you haven't spent money, and so we're not proposing to go crazy and turn the spigot and not do it in a thoughtful, sustainable manner. The ERF grant that we received for the unhoused encampment is $12.7 million, and we anticipate the tiny home project will draw solely from that. We're not looking to draw any further from the general fund to pay for anything related to that. That money is expected in whole in July. The ATP project, that's a $4.1 million pool of grants that we've received, and we anticipate spending somewhere probably between 3 and 3.5 million only on phase 1. We will, once we've finished phase 1, come back to you and talk about if you want to do a phase 2, and if you do, other grants that we may pursue for that. But we're not looking to spend money that we're not reimbursed by the state of California for that project. I think those are the only financial. Oh, and then on the topic of the budget committee, so you hire a city manager to be in charge of personnel, and your city manager reports to you, the policy board. You have in the past had a budget committee, a budget oversight committee, but that's reviewed general proposals for the budget itself and trends and so on and so forth. We have not convened the budget committee. That's a true statement. That's mostly because I consider you, the policymakers, the budget committee. You are the ones who have the authority to, and that's one of the biggest authorities that the council has, is to decide what you want to spend each year. So we could receive outside input on that. In fact, every single meeting, every single item, we receive outside input. So I don't think it's for a lack of, being available.
Question, Mr. City Manager. It's not common for cities to have budget committees. Is that correct?
There are budget committees out there, but the way the budget committee's been used here, where it's kind of been like the first pass for the proposed budget, that's very unusual. You don't normally go to some outside group away from your council to ask them how they feel about the proposed budget, because those aren't the decision makers. You know, sometimes you have a internal group. It might be like the mayor and the finance director and the city manager that kind of meet to kind of talk about here's what we're proposing to do, but you don't generally, in most cities, have some outside group that you go to as a first pass through your proposed budget. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we will move on. Question?
No, I was.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion. Councilmember?
Yeah, so I have listened to the comments for sure, and I know the number 30% seems like, wow. But I've done collective bargaining and a lot of negotiations with people around salaries. And the one thing I've come to understand is that you absolutely must pay people what they're worth. And I believe that for what we're looking at here, I know we're going to come back, that we are paying what people are worth, both to us and then there's the idea that you also need to pay people comparable, to what they can make in other places. There's a lot of points that were brought up. Our staff, they don't manage a lot of people. That might be true, but the flip side of that is that they do the work of the people that they would be managing. And so we actually get workers that have immense experience that we couldn't hire to do this. And to me, that's actually more valuable than, overseeing 10 staff members. Our director level people do the work, and their level of expertise that we get for that work is high. It's really, really high. And likewise, the onboarding, the new staff, the idea of, we want to retain the people that work for us. And the way I think about it, one of the ways, happy workers try harder, they do better, and happy workers, they make a fair wage. So, and I think potentially we should think about ways. We have talked many times about how we're going to raise more revenue, but we've never really understood, in my mind, that we were solvent, that we were better than solvent. It's always been, oh my God, we're not solvent. And I think it's the residual from the COVID when we almost went bankrupt. But we now have 100% in reserve with money to spend. Who better to spend it on than the people that actually are the foundational workers, the people who run the city. So I am in support of this resolution amending the salary structure. The idea that you have to jump 30%, it's not, it's because we haven't jumped at all in a fairly long time. We need to come up to market rate. So, that's what the 30% indicates. The 30% doesn't indicate that they're getting this huge salary increase. It's where they're starting, and the 30% gets them up to a level that, I believe they should be at, honestly. So, I don't think we want to do things like, a housing supplement or, an extra housing bonus. I don't think we want to get in the business of that. And I love the idea of a pay philosophy, because then everyone really does know how we think about these things. And I think that's really important. So, for that reason, I support this. I support, in my mind, it is showing our director level folks appreciation for how hard they have worked and how long they have worked in what they do. So I would support this, and I will actually make a motion to adopt. Are you ready for me to do that?
Yes, please,
Stop
please.
talking, please. I will make a motion to adopt the resolution amending the salary schedule to update the salary range for the director levels and the 2-tier to the for the trolley driver retention program for the fiscal year. So
I'll second it.
Okay, all right, great. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Lang?
Yeah, I just wanted to. No, that's okay. No, I just wanted to second what Councilmember Rule said. I've done a considerable amount of research about the value of giving employees resources and boosting them up and making them feel really appreciated, and how that translates to an overall work environment, positivity in their work environment, and an overall increase in productivity and the kinds of output that we see. And we have such an incredible staff. And more than anything, I want to say two things. One, I think our city manager, I really trust you. And so when you're saying that you need this in order, or that you are requesting this in order to retain the incredible staff that we have, and to ensure that we have continuity in our staff and that you can do your job better, that to me is a game changer. And then the second thing is, I am like so overjoyed that Lindy has agreed to come out of retirement to stay on. I mean, that really is so meaningful. You are amazing, and just what you've been able to do in the last year has been remarkable, with everything from pickleball to curbs and gutters to streets. And I mean, I can't show my appreciation enough. And this is one small thing that we can do to say, yes, please stay, please stay. And, you know, and all of our other directors, please stay. We really, really value you. You are an incredible team, and you make our jobs so much more delightful and so much more, you know, rewarding. We really do feel that sense that there is a team here. And so I just, you know, that I also had concerns that, you know, Bill Miley had raised, and that I had concerns about the 30%. And I also know that we are in an inflation, we are in a major change within labor in every agency that we work with. We're seeing this, where there's COLA increases. And so I think that it's important to have that in the back of our minds too. While 30% seems a lot, it's actually in line with salary increases that are taking place because the cost of living is so much higher.
Councilmember Francina?
I enthusiastically echo and agree with everything that Councilmember Rule and Lang stated. I'm also totally thrilled that there's a good opportunity that will keep our interim Public Works Director, Lindy Palmer, who's so absolutely wonderful and thinks holistically and practically and knows what the town needs. So it'd be great if we can keep you. And so I'm ready whenever to vote yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I am concerned about the 30% raise. I'm not sure if that's actually an accurate figure. But what I would say is, you know, it's not really meaningless unless you know how much of that, you know, difference is because, you know, we've deferred raises in the past. So, you know, it's where should we be in order to retain our staff for, you know, significant terms with us, because we need the collective memory of our staff. I want to I want to agree with everybody about their praise of Lindy, but I don't want to shortchange Lucas. I think that in the two of them,
and Pam,
but I haven't.
We love Pam.
I haven't really had much of a chance to talk to Pam at this point, and maybe that's. But Lucas and Lindy appear before us regularly. Lucas also, appears for our planning commission meetings, and I think that both of them are a tremendous asset, not only to us for giving us clear, plain English explanations, but to the public to understand what it is that we're doing. So my final comment it echoes something that Councilmember Lang said, and I'm going to say it a little bit differently, but it might be, we didn't know where we were financially until we brought Mr. Harvey on board, and he did the deep dive to understand, where we are financially. And I think that's a careful what you wish for proposition, because you're now going to be measured with starting with a healthy financial situation, and how do you manage that into the future so that we remain just as healthy? And if that goes upside down, you're going to be in the hot seat. Absolutely from the public, if not, whether from us or not, we'll have to see. But what struck me as the comments were being made was that all of the thoughts that, raised the different variables we could be considered were legitimate thoughts in their own microcosm. But this is a really kind of a broad picture, and overlay with that understanding of municipal employment markets. And I mean, you're our guy. I can't not rely upon you to tell me this is what we need, and for me to say, if you're sure you need it, then you get it. And that's basically where I am.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I agree with my council members. Thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. And isn't it great to be flush, especially having taken office during COVID when it was pretty tight and scary, and it's a really good position to be in, and that's a testament to you, Mr. Harvey, and our staff. And thank you, City Attorney and Mr. Assistant City Manager and everyone. We are doing so well because we have an incredible staff. So I think, as Councilmember Rule said, this is a correction. And we really need to pay people what they're worth to retain people. And it's so important to have institutional memory, which we have with Lindy and Lucas and Pam, and the trolley drivers, can't forget them. So I think it's really a great step forward. And while 30% does seem like a lot, we were behind, so we're catching up, and we will have a pay philosophy which will make sense to us. So, and recruitment, as Mr. Trent said, is very expensive, so we were avoiding that. So super exciting, and are we ready for a roll call?
And Madam Mayor, before the vote, slight typo correction. On the 3 director positions, the max salary range as stated in the reso needs an adjustment by $4 to match the Exhibit A, which is the correct figure. So that max should be $18,044. With that,
Roll call. Thank you for your
the assistant city manager gets the credit for the precision.
You're amazing.
Which is
Thank
the
you.
magic of a budget expert.
Yes, and our incredible staff. Thank you.
Yes,
Roll
Mayor.
call.
It was moved by Councilmember Rule with a second by Councilmember Lang to adopt the resolution amending the salary schedule as presented in the staff recommendation, and to correct the change in the salary schedule needed. Roll call. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take a brief intermission, and we will be back. Thank you. You ready, team? Okay, we are back, and we will move on to item number 4. Request for council direction about potential ordinance creating uniform regulations for board and commission appointments, terms, removals, and absences. And we have a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor and Council, this is a concept review or request for council direction on an idea to amend the commission ordinances to create a uniform ordinance governing board and commission appointments, terms, removals, and absences. So right now, as you're all familiar, we have 5 boards and commissions: planning, historic preservation, arts, parks and recreation, and the building appeals board, each with their own ordinances governing their existence, who's on them, how people get on the commissions, how people leave the commissions, and parts of their decorum and process in the middle. And those are in 5 different parts of the code, and they're all slightly different, with various adjustments made recently. The recent experience has shown that the current system of patchwork regulations has created inefficiencies in executing the council's direction and challenges in filling the commission seats, which is necessary to keep business going, and has a present system with rotational council members as the nominee process has limited the ability of all council members to have that consistent representation. It also doesn't currently track the city's election schedule, which creates discontinuities, gaps between the voters' expressed preferences and the commission's compositions, which are inherent either in the current council's preferences as the voters' preferences, or for commissions appointed by prior councils, the voters' prior expressed preferences. So for those reasons, staff asked for direction whether to direct staff to write an ordinance, changing the process and making a uniform one set of procedures for all boards and commissions. They would continue to have separate ordinances governing their substantive roles, or to take no action and leave the present system, or to take other action. Staff's recommendation would be for a uniform ordinance to have, for commissions with 5 members, which currently is planning and the building appeals board, it would be each council member, the mayor and the 4 council members, nominate 1 commissioner, approval by the majority of the full council to be appointed. And then for the 7-member commissions, which right now is historic preservation, arts, and parks and recreation, it would be 5 council members and then the extra 2 seats by the mayor and a rotating council member. Options on that would be mayor, mayor pro tem, get the extra 2, or both 2 rotating council members, choices there. Again, all nominations ratified by a majority of the council. On residency, 3 basic options, all are legal policy choice. Present system, which is all commissioners need to live in the Ojai area of interest as mapped by LAFCO. Tighter would be the sphere of influence, yet tighter would be just the city, only city residents. And the council could set different rules for residency for different commissions. We would recommend uniformity, but recognizing the importance of planning, the council could set a rule that had a tighter residency restriction for planning and looser for arts, parks and rec, and historic preservation and or the BAB. Terms, staff would recommend, if we did a uniform ordinance, that the commission terms match the terms of the council member who nominated each commissioner. So that would create 2-year terms for commissioners nominated by the mayor, 4-year terms for the commissioners nominated by the other 4 council members, staggered to match each council member's term. So council members are up for election in every even year, November 2024, 2026, 2028, in various combinations. For each council member who's up, their commissioners would terms expire with the certification of the results each even year December, and then the commissioners would be reappointed in January. We already have language, and we would retain it, that any commissioner whose term expires remains in the seat until a decision is made regarding the replacement, which could be reappointment or a new commissioner. So we won't disappear and lose all our commissions come an election. It's just those seats become holdover seats. And then it's up to the council, or the relevant council members who were just elected or re-elected as applicable, to nominate their commissioners, who would then be subject to majority confirmation by the full council. Any commissioner could be reappointed at the end of their term if desired and nominated by the relevant council member. Any midterm vacancy from resignation, removal, or any other aspect that creates a midterm vacancy would be filled by whichever council member appointed that commissioner, and then again confirmed by the full council. The removal could be would continue to be by majority vote of the council, and we would, unless otherwise directed by the council, we can maintain the present process as developed in the ordinances, which is, in summary, 2 council members would advise the city manager of their intent to consider removal. The manager then contacts that commissioner, gives them an advance warning. If nothing else happens, then the council would consider that requested removal, and then it's up to the council majority. There are other ways to simplify that if also desired, and the council could also adopt a requirement regarding absences, something along the following lines, or as otherwise desired, that any commissioner absent from 3 consecutive meetings, unless excused by that commission, would be automatically removed, and then that also is policy choice. So that's a summary. The ask is to take public comment and provide answering council questions, public comment, and then provide direction regarding whether or not you'd like staff to draft a uniform commission's ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Any questions from council? Councilmember Lang?
So in the uniform ordinance that you're talking about, I know that with planning, for example, that some of our existing language talks about having expertise or areas of expertise. And so would this proposed ordinance that we're looking at remove those that language from the ordinance?
That'd be policy choice up to council. We could retain it. Right now, as I recall, it requires at least 2 commissioners have certain expertise in planning, land use law, similar. That could be retained or removed. It would be up to the council.
Councilmember Francina?
It seems to me that we very recently went through all of this, okay? And now
Microphone, please.
Am I on mute? Oh, sorry. Okay, so we recently went through this already, okay? So I'm not quite sure what is motivating that this is returning to council. I would like to point out that removal, which is one of the reasons this all we started questioning procedures. It was a very rare occurrence. It occurred maybe once in 20 years, a removal of a commissioner. And then, to me, if anybody's listening to this for the first time, I don't think they have any idea what you just said. I have a hard time following it. It's so, for me, as I've been here 12 years, and I remember a simpler time, okay, and without so much conflict. In my way of thinking, well, I guess I'll save that for discussion. Okay, my other comments I will save for discussion, except for I'd like to know what prompted this coming back.
It was the recent experience. So the council adopted a new set of rules for commission appointments in the end it was December, adopted in November, took effect December. That ordinance last month didn't prove effective. We still have a vacancy on the commission. This is an idea to find a solution that may result in commission vacancies being filled more effectively.
Okay.
And I'm going to point to city manager to add.
You can blame both of us. We both.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
you should.
But I just want to make clear that I do.
No. So if anyone's watching, we were, like most people, were frustrated with the last attempt to appoint.
Yeah.
And we just played it forward, envisioning some of the future appointments, and just kind of realized that we were going to be in for a rough ride every single appointment, and we wanted to bring forward something that was a little more straightforward. And that's what we're trying to do here, and trying to get or if you don't like what we have, that's fine.
Right.
We're not going to, our feelings are not hurt.
Okay.
It can be a totally different approach, but it just seems the last model didn't work really well.
Well, it seems to me that the last model
We're still on questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a question. Is this a common system? Have you seen this used in other cities successfully?
Yes. in fact, most of the other cities I've worked with have it straight 5-5 mapping. 5 council members each nominate one. The council majority must confirm, and then those nominees sit. Not the only way to do it, but it is quite common.
And I could jump in the smaller cities where I've worked, it's almost always been mayoral appointment,
that's even
council
simpler.
ratification.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Was the mayor rotating or nominated for 2 years or 4 years?
Directly elected 2 years, both cities,
Direct-
where I was city manager.
2 years. Okay, that's a problem in my way of
Okay.
thinking.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have. It seems to me that we have been through all of this. This is a repeat of a model that we already went through ad nauseum, back again. Did you consider just simply coming up with some fail-safe mechanisms that would prevent happening what happened the last 2 of the 3 nominations when Councilmember Francina was not involved in the Arts Commission, and what happened with the Planning Commission? Because it seems to me that that would have been an easier route to go than this model, which we went through, you know. And so I would have considered those. And did you consider those? And if so, why did you decide not to do a few, as they say, cleanup portions of an ordinance?
So we considered, there's some simpler cleanup methods that could be done. Our sense is that those may still not solve the problem. Our sense is that that the council may be best served by taking back complete control only to the council of commission appointments, and take it back to the five nominee, 5 by 1. It would be the simplest solution for the future. That's our sense of it. But obviously we can structure it to be a more cleanup around the edges and not a wholesale revision. That's obviously up to the council.
However, if you hate this, and that's fine, and you'd prefer that we come back with something else, this is just concept review, and we are ready to take any direction and bring back something totally different if this is not working.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please. So, thank you. Would this, one of the comments that you made in the Planning Commission appointment was that the council is a ratifying body, and that wasn't the perspective of everyone involved. And so would this then make that process more of a ratification rather than, like a collaboration?
I could jump in. City Attorney will,
go
weigh
ahead.
in. This is what we thought was this was going to be solidifying the premise that everything takes 3 votes, and that was our thought, just to keep in the end, that's really what it comes down to. Do you have 3 votes or not?
And if I could add, in the other places I've worked, and I think where you've worked, that have 5 council members each make a nomination for the 5 seats and then the 7 with the additions, even though you may have councils where it's a hard 3-2, harder than we've seen, which does exist, although we may not realize, but it does. There's still an incentive for the 3 to let the 2 have their 5, have their 2. Everybody gets their each person. There's an incentive to do that because 1, it allows a functioning institution, which everybody benefits from. And 2, in most places with politics that are that hard, control changes fairly regularly. And so folks know that I might be in the majority this year, but I'm probably going to might be in the minority next year. So it creates a culture of everybody, as long as the person they nominate isn't completely out of those other places, they tend to say, okay, everybody gets your commissioner. That becomes the culture. And it's still always confirmed by 3, but it can work to have that 3 votes is the control, but you have a culture where each council member fills their slate. And when they get elected, their first job as council, fill the slate.
And are you finished?
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have one more question. I don't know if have you seen it done anywhere where these conversations are taken of who's appointed and who's not, or if there is a challenge with an appointment? Have you seen any instances in other communities where this is done in closed session?
Unfortunately, they outlawed that about
Okay.
10 years ago.
Okay.
It used to be in closed session. It was a simpler time. They outlawed that. And I should note, it was simpler. It was also, there is a value in transparency and the public understanding the making of these decisions. So that's, yeah, the Brown Act is clear that we can have closed sessions to consider not commissioners, the other employees who work for you, us, everyone, but not commissioners.
And a quick question, and in your experience, because you've seen this in several cities, has it been successful and a good, positive system? Has it worked well?
In my experience. Yeah, that's been my experience. There's always some fights around the edges, but it works to result in, as vacancies arise fairly quickly, a nomination is made. Because it's one council member makes the nomination. It doesn't require, there's always an application process to gather nominees, and the council member can also tell someone, go apply, and then they get through. It creates, for lack of a better word, each council member's job is to fill their vacancies. And therefore, those vacancies get filled. And that works smoothly.
But it still takes 3 votes, right?
Yeah, they make the nomination, and then it becomes 3 votes.
Okay. Councilmember Francine and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. When you say that you've seen it work in other small cities, how small were those cities?
Well, to be clear, when I was city manager prior, the last 2 cities, it was a different system. It was just a mayoral slate that was brought in, and then that was ratified by the council or not sometimes. So that's different than what was working in those cities was it left to the mayor to fill every single appointment.
The elected mayor.
The elected mayor, and then
for 2 years.
Yes.
But it still takes 3 votes.
But it's still right. So a list would come back to the council. Actually, one city circulated it for 2 weeks and let everybody chew on it. But then it took 3 votes to ratify, and it wasn't. Some people did not get ratified.
So then what happens?
So then it takes 3 votes. So there usually somebody would have a suggestion. Well, I don't want this person, but I'd rather have this person, and
But the suggestion doesn't come from the mayor's second or third
no,
choice.
it would come from whoever, any council member could do that.
Okay. And how big were these cities?
Pacific Grove is 15,000. Avalon is 5.
Okay, Avalon 5. I have my reasons for asking those questions, which I'll explain later.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so first question, how many board members are on the Building Appeals Board?
5.
5.
Okay, and is planning the only other commission that has requested to have a 5-person body? So my general understanding is that the other commissions, not including planning or the Building Appeals Board, are 7-person commissions, although we haven't.
Although not all seats are filled.
But not all seats are filled.
Correct. Historic Preservation, Arts, and Parks and Recreation, the ordinances all allow 7 seats. Not all seats are filled, which, as I recall, for at least Arts and maybe HBC, also reflects that the Arts Commission hasn't yet requested to council to fill the other 2 seats. For Historic Preservation and for Parks, they're simply vacant. And is that, I'm looking at Mr. Montgomery to confirm.
That's correct. The last council action in November, council approved the future use of a 7-member commission for the Arts Commission. So it's written into the current ordinance change that we're using now, but it remains 5 until you decide to enact that.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Who's on deck?
Any other questions?
Okay, yeah, I do have a question. So, I mean, I do understand that the last appointment process was rough, but I don't think it had to do with the idea that there weren't applicants. There were a number of applicants, and there was disagreement about who was the most appropriate applicant to be placed. So, but I am concerned if we do have a problem attracting people, to our commissions. So what have we done, or what can we do to make the service on a commission more appealing to members of our public?
You want to start? And I'll add?
Sure. So I think actually the city attorney said it well. What we're proposing is it becomes your job. And I'm not shirking duties, but really you have to be thinking about who the talent is and cultivating the talent. And we place that on you because you know the community the best. And you know those people that are the rising stars or those that have interest or have aptitude better than we do. So that's how the talent pipeline works. But I think you also brought up a good point was, for some of our commissions, that's not the issue, right? We've received an abundant level of applications, and it was more just the turbulence that we experienced along the way.
Right.
And what I would add is it really becomes incumbent on the council to go and cultivate strong commission applicants. It doesn't just become we open a window and take in whatever resumes come in and then select. Right. It becomes incumbent upon each council member, go find your commissioners, go fill your seats, bring in good people. You have to have secured 3 votes for those people, but bring in good people and then you fill your seats. And that becomes, in cities that have this as part of their system, that becomes a process of ensuring that it is more than just who walks in the door. It's who is brought through the door. And then on the other point about making commission service more appealing, so to speak, perhaps a longer discussion, but part of it is that emphasizing the strength of what the commissions bring to the community, and it's further integrating the commissions into the council's goals and objectives achievement plan. So we had our prior discussion and continuing discussion regarding goals and objectives. Most of those goals could be mapped to a commission, bring in the commissions more into that process of achieving those goals, so that there's much more of we're all in the same boat rowing roughly together and roughly forward, and bring that along. And that might bring commissioners or people looking at the commission as, do I want to volunteer for my community, finding themselves more interested in doing that because it's more of a volunteer to really help the community become stronger and better as defined, and a little less of join for another cage match.
Okay, so just to follow up on a statement that you made with respect to having 3 votes in support of that prospective commissioner, going into that selection meeting, if we followed the Brown Act, we should only know that we have 2.
Correct. You won't know for
and
sure.
The third vote would have to be a prediction as to
correct
what one of the other 3.
Yeah.
And that's the process. You think that would be, both of you think that would be a healthy process for us to engage in for this issue?
Yeah, I think it would result in commission vacancies being filled, thus the work of the city getting done with the reduced opportunity for conflict.
And if it rotates amongst all of you, then you're all going to know that, okay, maybe this person isn't my number 1, but I think this person, is here for the right reasons.
Your goal is to find the person who best fits your view of that position, who can also garner 3 votes.
True, but what I'm saying is, perhaps it's not let's just say it's not your turn to nominate somebody, and maybe the person that is put up, maybe you had somebody else in mind, but when you looked at this person's qualifications and their motivation for being there, they're solid, right? And you can say that they're here for the right reasons.
Through the mayor, if I could.
Councilmember Rowe.
So we had a process that should have worked that way, but we had an item pulled from the consent and put in front of the council, and this council, definitely a question's going to be here. So the item was pulled from the consent calendar, and it was voted on. There were 3 votes. Now, whether or not the mayor who pulled the consent item talked to other people, I don't know. But there were 3 votes. What stops this from happening? I nominate somebody, a member here pulls it, says, no, I want to nominate somebody else. And I have 3 votes here because we know them. So that's what I'm going to, I mean, that's what happened. It wasn't that the process was wrong. It was that there were ways to game the process. And so what is in this situation that would prevent exactly that from happening? And I will be the fall guy here. Councilmember Francina nominates somebody. I don't like them. I pull it off the consent item. I nominate somebody else, and we get 3 votes, which is exactly what happened. So I don't see. Is there? You get my question. Is there?
That's my question.
That prevents that from happening here?
And through the mayor, no, there isn't a mechanism, and you're absolutely right. And so, you know, and so what might be a little bit different, and this is, you know, and I wasn't here when the last discussion took place, but Matt and I, the city attorney and I, when we were talking about this, just thought we need to propose something else, maybe for potentially a fresh start, potentially with something that offers a rotation that maybe, you're right, it's going to take a little bit of a leap of faith with the council where, you know, there is no absolute stopgap in any system ever to prevent, you know, I mean, unless, I mean,
there is one stopgap.
Okay.
But I don't know if it would either also get 3 votes. But before I go to that, the other reality that we were looking at is right now that seat that we're discussing from a couple of meetings ago is still vacant. Right. The Planning Commission is still operating with 4, and they're operating smoothly, but that still doesn't leave a lot of cushion if there's a recusal or somebody's ill that day. Then we lose quorum and it creates problems. So the present process did not work to fill that seat. This process might be better. Is it guaranteed to work? No, not at all. It still is going to take 3 votes, and there's no guarantee. But we think that this might be better. But we defer to the council. If the council doesn't think it's better, then that's okay. Yeah. But we think it might be better. The other point I'll note, there is a way to avoid any of this risk and have a complete system, but I don't know if it'll get 3 votes. There's 2 ways to do it. One is the mayor makes every appointment, and the other council members do not make any nominations. And those mayoral appointments are selected to then 3-vote ratification. A number of cities do that. That eliminates a lot of the problem, but does require the mayor to have 3 votes. Another choice could even be 5 nominations, and that's it. No council vote. But again, I don't think those have 3 votes.
And if I could jump in, even with the mayoral appointment system, you still have the potential for some, you know, for...
Right, the mayor doesn't carry a majority.
Right.
Their appointment fails, and then somebody else makes a nomination, unless the council were willing to delegate that power down to all 5 get an appointment and there's no 3-vote ratification. I don't know if that would get 3 votes.
Okay, so that is the only way to prevent even this model from being foolproof, basically, because we're offering up a new model. I mean, number one, if we didn't have a new model, we would have had 2 appointments supposedly for this for the Planning Commission. Right, because we were bringing both of those nominations up for approval for this I think for this particular.
Potentially, although the original direction was to pair them with the other 3 vacancies and the interviews for those and getting that scheduled. I'm not sure precise timing.
that was screwy. But my point being that we're changing a process to a process that we talked about in depth and decided didn't work for this small community, with no protection against having exactly what happened last time happen again. Right? That is my concern. I mean, the process was a good one. It just wasn't followed. So, I mean, it was ineffectual.
It's up to
this
is where it's up to the council.
It depends on how you think about it. But it was debated by all members of this for over a couple of conferences.
We're still on questions?
No, I get that. So once again, I'm still at the point of asking to figure out how we fail-proof this process. You know, and so I guess I got your answer.
So, to summarize, if fail-proof is defined as prevent vacancies from existing, if that's the definition of fail-proof,
no.
Okay, then that...
No, the definition of fail-proof is your choice doesn't get usurped. That's the definition of fail-proof.
If my nomination as a council member is not subject to being knocked out, the way to fail-proof that which is legal but a choice of the council, is 5 council members get 5 nominations and no council majority control. That would be legal, but I don't know if that has 3 votes because I'm seeing looks from the other council members. I don't know if that has 3 votes, but it's legal. So your direct question, how do I get it so my nomination is never overturned? That's how.
Can I ask?
And I look for council majority
I
direction.
mean, is that a common system? Have you seen?
No,
that?
I've never seen that, to be honest.
Never seen that used.
Every city I've ever worked in, there's always 3 votes to confirm. Because in the end, the voters' preferences are what controls.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Councilman?
Yeah, my question was almost identical to Councilmember Rule. So just to make sure I understand, what if we had this in place at the last meeting where we nominated, where two out of the 3 on the nominating committee brought forward a candidate, what would have prevented? There was nothing to prevent what took place.
No, but what would have been different is it wouldn't have been a nominating committee aspect. It would have been each council member carrying forward their nomination.
Oh, just one council
There's no
member.
committee. That's what's the key of this.
Oh,
There's no
okay.
committee.
Okay.
So the chair's role disappears,
Okay.
and there's no requirement for collaboration among the council until you get to the meeting.
But still, this new process that's being proposed would not have prevented what took place.
Not necessarily. It's a little bit counterfactual to assess had we had this process in place would have been a different result. That's a little bit predicting the past.
Yeah, but there was nothing to prevent somebody else that
Correct.
thought they had a better nomination to bring it forward and then get 3 votes. So it's all it's bogus.
It might result in a better outcome, but it's not guaranteed. You're right. There's
No.
no unless the council's willing to give up the 3-vote control. There's no guarantee.
All right, I have other things for later.
Okay, so, but it's my understanding that the reason I'm just for clarification, I think it's my understanding that the process didn't work because one of the members of the nominating committee had a disagreement about it. So it wasn't just that a council member disagreed with it. It was that someone who was on the committee who had interviewed all the candidates was the one who was proposing the change. Whereas if we switch to this new system, then the council member who's proposing the candidate is the only one who's doing the interviewing and who is the one who's making the nomination. And so the second person on the committee or anyone else on the committee would not have the power to change it.
Yeah, exactly, because there wouldn't be a committee.
I just have to follow up here, if you don't mind.
Councilmember Rule?
Yeah,
Yep.
if I could, please, thank you. The agreement on that particular process was the majority, 2 of the 3 would bring forward the nomination, right? That was the agreement, that 2 of the 3 would bring forward the nomination. You're shaking your head
That's
no?
not what the text says.
Okay, so it's not clarified.
Yeah, so that may have been the intent of some, but that wasn't what was in the text.
It was unclear.
Okay.
Microphone, please.
Okay, all right. Any final questions before, let's
So
take,
could we change that part of the text?
Yeah, that goes to the earlier question raised by Councilman Rule. Can we fix around the edges? Yes, that could be adjusted. You could require the nominating committee to sit in person, although I'll note that you can't force anybody to be in a room they don't want to be in.
And what was your what was your logic for not involving the chair?
The voters elect the city council. The voters do not elect any commissioner.
Okay.
but just to clarify for the public, once again, it just comes down to 3 votes in all of these systems.
With
correct?
what we're proposing.
Okay.
However, you could go
Okay.
to a system where you
Which
don't allow that.
has never been used.
Not that we're aware of.
We haven't
Doesn't
we
mean that
haven't-
it hasn't been
Okay.
used somewhere.
Well,
right,
I
we
mean-
didn't do a survey of all 476 cities. There might be one that has a
Okay.
system where
But-
that method is the case.
The
But all
voters-
of the cities of which we are aware, which are similar size and shape to Ojai, it's always 3 votes on council.
Right, and that's why the voters were here.
And it reflects the fact
Okay.
that the voters elected the council.
Okay, question?
One other question is, have you seen this done? Because I'm trying to think of a way to avoid the problems that we're mentioning here. Have you seen it done where, like, we vote behind, like where.
Oh, they outlawed that
yeah,
too.
Okay, thanks. I had a
Sorry,
feeling,
I
I
keep
had a
being the
feeling,
bearer
but
of
I just had
bad
to ask.
Yeah, another line in the Brown Act outlaws secret ballot. So that was also outlawed.
All right, well, we will move on to public comment now. First, we have Brian Akins.
That's super unlawful.
Welcome. For those that maybe don't know, I'm the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. Further to that, I am a non-resident. On our 5-member commissions, 5 members that we currently have, we have 2 non-residents. Both of those non-residents are Lifetime Achievement Awards for Historic Preservation for the city of Ojai. So that's for those people who don't like us non-residents. It was a letter sent in. So this brings me to 2 phrases that I've been thinking about ever since I saw this earlier this week. You can see it's heavily marked up. One is déjà vu, all over again. Thank you, the 2 that mentioned that. And the other one is 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So I'm very disappointed that once again discussion on commissions is upon the agenda. Pretty interesting when I was the one who championed commission discussions last year. Once again, we are debating the means and methods of appointing commissioners. 14 months of discussions, including second readings, and we appeared to be on the cusp of making inroads to fill in our commissions, like the Parks and Recreation Commission that has not met in 11 of the past 12 months. And why the start over? Because some kind of consensus couldn't be reached on filling an open seat on the Planning Commission. Why is throwing out 14 months of working through this process to a compromise solution being thrown out rather than the fine-tuning the method that was finally agreed upon? I'm sorry, but the replacement suggestion that is in this packet is generic and weak and without the guidance and details needed to move forward cohesively. The solution proposed, each council member gets 1 appointment on each commission with apparently no early oversight, such as involving the commission chair. Not like I might be concerned on who's being brought into the commission. Or having a third party in that interview process. To make matters more complicated, the 2-year mayor the 2-year mayor gets to appoint someone for a 2-year term. Which commission of the 4 can learn the ins and outs of their commission in 2 years? And then it is put before the council by the single council member, and magically commissioners will agreed upon. That's not going to happen. I hope it is. Appointed by a majority, the process is set up to be political. 1 council person, 1 recommended applicant. The appointed either votes how their appointee wants, or we have conveniently detailed the way they can be unappointed. That's in the text too. Something that has only happened once in my 10 years that I've been on the commission. Do you have to start over, wasting 14 months of effort? Or isn't there some way to reconcile the small difference and move ahead? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Andy Gilman.
Thank you, Andy Gilman from Ojai. Ditto to what Brian said. I would actually go the other direction. And what I would suggest is that if you think of a commission being a team that's working together, I would include the chair. I would suggest the recommendation and the requirement would be that you have the council liaison, the mayor, and the chair have to agree on who's brought forward. Then what happens is they have to compromise and negotiate on the candidate they would like, and you're probably always going to get the vote at this body if those 3 people agree. So that's what I would suggest, is go the other direction, get the cultural buy-in and the compromise, and I think you will solve the conflict at this level. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, let's move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin. I would agree with what Andy Gilman stated, because that's how it was usually done. Because the reason it worked was because all 3 were present. One of the other things that happened was that not everyone was present. That was a problem, because then you couldn't understand why your colleagues voted for who they did. So the language that's missing in the current ordinance is that we're allowed to interview on our own. We can interview on our own in addition, but I'm adamant there should be at least one where all three are present, where all three, the chair, the liaison or designated, whatever, liaison's fine with me, and then the mayor. Okay, so, but are we also going to, this is just one part of the what's presented here. Are we also discussing the length of the term and the matter of being a city resident, or is that later on?
It's all on the table.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take as much direction as the council is
Okay.
willing to provide.
Okay. So, can I continue? Okay. So, in all of this, we have to recognize that we are in a housing crisis where many people that would like to live in the city and would like to participate in city government simply can't afford to live in the city. They live in Miners Oaks and Oakview, where the rent is usually much lower, okay? We also have to recognize as far as, for example, the Arts Commission, we did decide that that commission could have non-city residents because most of the artists live outside the city limit, okay? I agree that we should give priority to people that are that have certain expertise, and all the better if they live in the city, but that should not be the only criteria. Maybe they, like, for example, we've had commissioners that I believe used to serve 18 years, excellent commissioners. Kathy, and there must be a term limit now, right? But in the
No,
past,
there's no numeric term limit. It's up to the council.
okay, but anyway, Kathy Nolan served at least 3 terms. She lives a couple of houses outside the city limit. So to say that someone of her caliber can't serve because they're a few feet outside, it's ridiculous. The city was incorporated in 1921, and the whole character of the city has changed. Your neighbor can be in or out. So all of that has to be considered when we start mandating that somebody has to live in the city limit. Okay, it's an artificial city limit. It's true that in larger cities, that has meaning. It's the same as districts. In our city, districting has no meaning, because most of what comes before the council is not limited to a district. It's a citywide. The decisions have citywide impact. And then thirdly or fourthly, I really like to keep as much separation between elected officials and the commission. I like diversity. I think diversity, collaboration, something for the greater good can come out of that. I do not need a commissioner that is 100% aligned with me. I just want someone who's serious, who's committed. Oh, I'm all for the 4-year term. This 2-year term, I'm not in favor of that. They don't need, in my opinion, they don't need to align with our terms. Whatever the old system was. Once you're elected and you go to all that trouble to learn the ropes, and maybe you've been watching the meetings already for a year prior to being appointed, you should not feel that somebody's going to kick you off. You can't really speak that taints the decision if you think that your council member is watching and they can remove you if they don't like your decisions. That's all. I don't want any kind of atmosphere like that.
Councilmember Lang.
Yeah. So I am remembering all the previous conversations that we had, and I've chosen a commissioner before we adopted this new policy, and I've chosen one after. And when I was deciding on my own, I really relied on the chair for advice and for to make sure that we had a good functioning commission. I felt a little rudderless just making the decision by myself, because I like the collaborative process of deciding. Also, one thing that I think is really important is that our commissioners have levels of expertise that I don't have, and and I think, you know, one of the things that we talked about last time was that keeping the politics out of the commissions would be advantageous to the functioning of the commissions. And I know that we have great commissioners who have levels of expertise. So I feel like I'm more in support of changing some of the language in the existing ordinance to clarify how the subcommittee nominates, and so that would be, you know, involving, you know, since we can't force anyone to sit in a room where they don't want to sit in, I think, you know, saying that the majority of that committee, like 2 out of 3, or that it has to be a consensus. I don't know the language specifically, and I'm open to my colleagues' feedback. But I think that would be something that I would be a proponent for changing.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, if someone wants to be on an appointment committee, it always was understood that they would participate in the collaborative process. If they don't want to be part of the 3, then they shouldn't be on that committee. You know, I mean, you know.
So it's up to the council how to structure it. What I'm hearing is to not do a full-scale revamp and instead just do a tweak. One approach to the tweak could be to state that the nominating committee shall be convened by staff to meet. People can attend if they want. Obviously, we can't compel people to show up. Whatever 2 of 3 who show up, or 3 of 3 ideally, comes out of, whatever nomination comes out of that comes to council and is voted on. And then if that nomination fails, then other nominations could be made. So we could take so there's 2 tweaks there. One is staff would run the application process and convene the nominating committee with 3 seats. If people come to attend, then interview together. If the people don't come to attend, so be it. Presumably, let me finish. Presumably we would get 2 of the nominating committee, which would be the mayor, the rotating council member per the existing rotation, and the chair of the commission, unless the chair is the seat that's up, in which case it'd roll to the vice chair. Those 3 would be invited to sit, receive applicants in person, and then that nomination goes to council. That nomination's put on consent for council to vote on. Any consent item can be pulled at any at will. And we could structure it that will be given an up or down vote. If that vote fails, so be it. Then any member of council may make an alternate nomination, and we go through that process. That would be a tweak around the edge that I think would fill in the gaps we're discussing. It would consensus. You could require that the nomination be all 3, as Mr. Gilman suggests. That's also lawful. Challenge inherent in that is sometimes achieving consensus is difficult, and thus I'd want to understand what's the backstop. And perhaps its consensus is preferred, but if not achievable, the nomination from 2 will come forward for an up or down vote by council. That would be some tweaks around the edges.
Through the mayor.
Councilmember Francino.
Okay. I agree with what you said. Sometimes 3 is not achievable, but it is, in my opinion, more achievable if all 3 are present. And I'm not understanding why you're saying that staff can't compel a member of the nominating committee to not attend. I'm on a...
Because I cannot force someone to come to a room they don't want to be in.
Well, wait a minute.
That's a straight-up truth.
Okay, so then we can put that if you want to if you want to be on the nominating committee, you are required to attend. Just like, I'm on a big nominating committee on Thursday with the county, and it would be unthinkable for some of us to not feel like attending. It's just, it just...
Yeah, so if the council...
I've never heard of such a thing.
So one solution to that, which would be a simple solution and might solve that problem, would be to provide that if any council member or the chair does not attend, then the city clerk, the next rotating council member, attends in their place.
Yes.
That would be a backstop to that,
Chair,
which would create
vice chair, yeah.
Which would, and same, if the chair chose not to attend, it rolls to the vice chair.
Yeah.
So that would create an incentive for all 3 who are that nominating committee to be present.
Yes, can we have that?
That would be legal.
Yeah, okay.
Through the mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have I? I don't think you know, sure. I've always had a turn. So what I'm trying to, I think I agree that it would be better to try to fix what we have now that we know what are some conceivable problems. You know, this is standard operating procedure with laws. They're called fix-it laws. They come back in 6 months or a year. A couple of things come to mind. Yes, if a member of the nominating committee chooses not to be part of this particular committee for whatever reason that might be, then it would go to the next nominating person, or you could just have 2 people, you know, meet. I'm fine either way. If you want to recuse yourself, although I think it's better to have 3 people, so I guess I would vote to go to the next person. But one thing I think is really, really important that we need to stop is that someone who chose not to show up and be part of a discussion with the team has their own choice in mind and is going to bring it up. So how, you know, so all these people go through all this work, but it was never going to happen. So how do you avoid that? And I think the way that you avoid that is that if you have a 3-person committee, 2 of those members have to agree before that nomination comes in front, right? So basically 2 of the 3 have to agree. So you can't just unilaterally, you know, Councilmember Francina and Councilmember Lang and Chair Akins meet, and Councilmember Lang and Councilmember and Chair Akins agree, and they bring up the nomination. Councilmember Francina has chosen to participate or not, okay, but she doesn't like that nomination, so she's going to bring up her own nomination, be they, you know, whether they were interviewed, whether they weren't, none of that is required. So Councilmember Francina brings up her own nomination. In order to stop that, because I think that that is patently unfair to those who have worked and for the nominating, for the people who have the applicants, Councilmember Francina cannot bring up a nomination unless she has either my agreement or Chair Akins. So no matter what, 2 of the 3 need to agree on the nomination before it comes to council, right? There's no pulling something off the consent calendar and saying, I want so-and-so, right? So the only way that something can come for a vote is if 2 of the 3 agree on that person. That stops the wild card rogue movement, right? That stops Councilmember Francina from deciding that she would like somebody either that we interviewed or that we never interviewed, right?
Yeah, I don't think it,
No crosstalk.
Yeah, so that would be another way to do it, is if you're looking for majority, right, and you get majority, but the 3rd person, I mean, you could just say you need majority, and you can work it that way. 2 of the 3 have to agree. 2 of the 3 have to agree. Just that simple.
Okay.
And I think that that's fair.
Let's take turns.
If I could articulate.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. If I could.
Okay.
As I understand Councilmember Rule's proposal, it would be that the nominated committee of 3, or those 2 who participate, make a nomination, requires 2 of the 3 to make the nomination.
Correct.
The nominating committee is the mayor, the rotating council member, and the chair or vice chair. If that nomination fails at the council vote, so it's pulled from consent and fails, then the next nomination could not be made by the 3rd member of the commission, of the nominating committee.
Correct.
Who had not supported the original nomination. That would mean that the other 4 members of council would have to be the one to make the nomination. The chair's not voting at that point because the nomination has failed unless you kick it back to the nominating committee.
Kick it back to the nominating committee.
Okay, so
and
that would
it's gotta
be
come up with a majority again, so that they have to find agreement.
because the key is the chair doesn't sit at the council.
No, not the chair. Yeah, no, not the chair. So
So-
it goes back to the nominating committee of 3 and 2. In order to make it to the vote, two people have to, two
Yeah.
of the three have to agree.
That would be legal. So then just to put it in simple terms, the nominating committee, two, make a nomination, comes to council, it fails. Now it goes back to the nominating committee, the mayor, that same rotating council member, and that same chair, vice chair, to come up with another nomination that garners two of the three, then comes back to council
Mhm.
and either approved, appointed, or fails again, then goes back to the nominating committee, rinse and repeat until a nominee gets two of three nominating committee members to come to a council vote, and then gets three council members to be appointed. That would be legal.
And the idea behind that is that nobody wants to do this on and on and on. You will find consensus.
You create an incentive to find the
and the
middle.
other thing is
Yeah,
that
that's
you
fair.
find out a whole bunch of things. Like, had we had three members, everybody here would have known that the planning commission was rolling off three members of the planning commission in May, right? So there wouldn't have been any reason to do any of that, right? Whether it was, it was whether we decided to hold off on Mr. Graham, or we decided to hold off on Kathy Lottie's, either one, the hold off was only a month. The point being, had that conversation, had we all been in the same room, everybody would have known that, because Chair Quillisi told me that. So I knew come May. That's just another example of why it's really important for everyone to be in the room and to have the expertise of the chair for whatever that brings, whether it's when the council members are going to turn over, or who, whether or not this person has that expertise. It's just really important to share all of that stuff. And that's why the three should meet together.
Mayor Pro Tem, let's take turns.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think that if the selection process is going to be improved, I think that the city manager and the city attorney have hit on the best way to do that. Having either the mayor or an individual council member by district nominating somebody will not remove the commission chair from the process. I would assume, although it hasn't always happened in the past, that anybody making a selection would talk to the chair. I know that in the appointments that I've made, I've talked to the chair, even though at that time I didn't require the chair's approval. What's being proposed is extremely convoluted and complicated. What by folks discussing tonight, what is being proposed by the city manager and the city attorney is extremely simplified. And the big check and balance is that if you go to your nomination, you bring it in front of the city council, and you don't have deep assurance that you have one person supporting you on council, as well as a likelihood of a third, then you're running yourself into a brick wall. What I heard in the discussion of of why we should be proceeding this way is that it will require collaboration. There will not be autonomous decisions being made. I have a bunch of comments about the idea that we don't want commission appointments to be political. Well, from my listening to people talk about, what's a political appointment or not, it's political if it's not the person you want. If it's the person you want and has the good qualifications, it's not political. I don't agree with the idea that we have not removed commissioners in the past on a regular basis. because that's what former council members have told me. They just were not addressed in public like we ended up doing. I don't think that there was anything wrong with the last process we went through. It didn't work out for one of our council members to get the person through, but that that selection would not, did not convince at least 3 council members that their selection was the best person available to serve. And I think we should always be looking for the best person available to serve. I like the idea of term limits in the following sense. One, I've heard repeatedly that the Planning Commission in particular, but other commissions, are a kind of a farm operation for finding valuable council members or candidates for council. And so if we keep, one chair always in control of a commission, it reduces the ability of additional potential candidates for office to develop that skill set. So I would like to see us not allow
I can ask a question of him.
Well, let him finish, please.
Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can ask
What you
questions.
said isn't true.
Let him finish.
Well, a lot of what you've said is not true as well.
Council, let's keep going. Jump.
So, I think that we shouldn't have I do see the value of having somebody being a chair for 2 years. I don't think we should allow somebody to serve as chair for more than 2 years without it rotating to somebody else, for at least 2 years before they can serve again. I also like the idea that after 8 years serving on a commission, that person takes a break and is not available to serve until the next vacancy. Whether that's, typically that would be 2 years, but not always. I do not believe that the city limits are artificial. I think that the city limits have very real ramifications for every person who lives in the city. Every person who lives in this city experiences our traffic. Every person who lives in the city ends up paying for our infrastructure costs of development. Whereas people who are outside of the city don't necessarily experience that. I mean, how many people say, I never go into downtown on the weekend? It's our residents that are experiencing this, and I believe that for Planning Commission, every one of our city residents every one of our Planning Commission members should be a city resident. I think that for the other commissions, I don't view there to be such a close connection to costs in terms of, both living and expense to bear the same weight, although there's some, so I think we should maintain that every one of our commissions should have a majority of city residents. I looked at the 2 maps for area of interest and sphere of influence. And I would probably say if I, chose one, it would be the sphere of influence. But I would be interested in looking at modifying what's the sphere of influence. I do not think it makes sense to go down to Casita Springs or up to Upper Ojai and put them on our planning commission. So, and I just want to make clear that when, at the last time we did a selection process, we had never removed a majority approval by the city council as one of our, conditions of selection. And so there was nothing inappropriate about what happened with the selection not going through because the person selected did not garner the majority of the city council support. So those are my comments.
Well, I would love to first thank our city manager and, well, you've already gone and I haven't gone yet, so we're taking turns.
Okay, I have to ask.
Well, you can hold your question. I would really like to thank our city attorney and city manager for bringing this forward. What? Yeah, yeah. No, really. No, I sincerely, because you see a problem and you want to solve it and you want to help us, and I really appreciate this. And I think this is a really good solution to a problem. And clearly you have the expertise and the experience to know what works, and it's worked in many cities that you've both worked in. It's the most common system, apparently, or one of the most common. And ultimately, it still always comes down to 3 votes. We were elected, and we have to, do the voting. So I really respect the chairs of the commissions, and clearly we would definitely take into consideration the chair's wishes. I think, though, ultimately, it has to come back to the 3 votes of the elected. So I don't think that's a good idea to have a 3-person committee where one person is not an elected. I think, though, the simplified system, it makes sense, and it creates a balance, and it, we've had inefficiencies and challenges, and I really appreciate your willingness to figure it out. And I agree about the planning commission. I think that all 5 planning commissioners should be within the city limits because they're making decisions about land use that affect all of the voters. I like this, it's a very uniform ordinance. It's much cleaner. It reduces conflict. It's a much healthier process, and it does require collaboration. So for that reason, I would like to support it, and once again, thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can remember everything. First of all, the chair is a 1-year appointment, correct? And then the commission itself can re-elect the chair.
Right. Each year, the commission appoints the chair. COVID had some adjustments to the schedule for COVID times, but not COVID times. It's a 1-year appointment, subject to reappointment as a commission may desire.
Okay, so if we adopt the current system with some tweaks, couldn't we have language saying that if a chair has been elected, well, first of all, I think that should be, to me, you need someone who's an expert and knows how to ask the right questions of the applicants. And oftentimes, if I'm not a historical or art expert, I would look to the chair to help ask questions. That was I think the logic for having the chair, but it could also be someone else on the commission. It doesn't have to be the chair. So if we go that route, we could have language stating that the commission itself could choose who's going to be on the nominating committee. Couldn't we do that?
If the council wanted, yeah, you could provide that the commission would select the
The
one of
chair
the
or-
five
or
to be
substitute.
on each nominating committee as
Yeah.
vacancies arise.
I
That
mean,
would be legal.
Yeah, somebody who's an expert. And then, you know, I have often said that our city borders are artificial. By that I mean is that the where houses are located has changed since 1921. That's what I mean. I don't mean that citizens don't pay taxes, but as far as many of our problems, for the example of traffic that you cited, I mean the difference between someone living on Del Oro and someone living on Drown Street, they might as well be living in a different city. It's completely different. Okay, the problems, you know, but a problem like traffic, if you live in the downtown or outside or on Creek Road, you're impacted by, you know, Creek Road is just an example. Everything we do in the city impacts the residents on Creek Road and the residents on the highway, you know, Grand Avenue. As Ojai Avenue gets more, of course, Grand is in the city limits, so it's not a good example. But I'm just saying that many of our, I know that there is the reality of city limits and that some things only impact city residents, but many things impact residents citywide. That's all I was trying to say. And then the other thought that occurred to me again, that last time we were bumbling through what to do about, you know, the nomination, perhaps if we always had a calendar that showed when, if we, you know, say if we're with the old system with the 4-year term, it shows when a commissioner is up, so that we kind of can, like, why did we make such a big deal when in another month there's another vacancy? I'm not understanding how that all transpired. It only later became clear to me that you could have had your nomination a month from now, or, you know, or vice versa even. But so yeah, I'm still in favor of, and I can't emphasize enough the importance of 3 people being present. I mean, you just learn so much from other people's questions you might not have thought to ask. And then you perhaps see the candidate in a different light.
Before we move on, is someone ready to put a motion on the table we can work with? Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
I'd like to, and I have a couple of comments that I just wanted to propose, because I know you all worked really hard on this.
Yes.
And the challenge that we had with one council member and without the chair's involvement or without another committee, the one challenge we had with that was that there were commissioners who were appointed who did not get along well with the commission, or we had problems with this model. And this is the model that we came into, and we changed it to this one because we wanted more involvement. And so I am going to make a motion that, and I make this motion with a lot of gratitude for all the hard work that you all put into this. And I'm going to make a motion that we revise the current ordinance, that we ask staff to bring back a revised version of the current ordinance that clarifies the language around the commission appointing committee. And that language specifies that there needs to be that if a consensus cannot be reached by the 3 members of the committee, which would include the rotating council member, the commission chair, and the mayor, that if a consensus cannot be reached among them, that we go with the majority of the committee, and that if the council does not approve the nominee, then that goes back to the committee, the nominating committee.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Any final comments?
Yeah,
But-
I'm just concerned that, you know, ultimately we are the committee as the city council. And so we're creating another committee as another layer and makes it, way more complicated than it needs to be. And I think that the selection method that's proposed by this ordinance is really strong. So I'll make the counter motion that we adopt a selection process that has each city council member making an appointment to a 5-person commission. And in the case of a 7-person commission, the mayor and the mayor pro tem will participate in those additional spots. And I don't particularly want to be the other person. And if somebody has a better idea for who that would be, I'm fine with that. But I feel really strongly that we should be reducing the complication of how we pick our commissioners, and so that my motion is that we use a selection process called for by the report, plus that the Planning Commission can be composed of 100% city residents, but that it not require the specialty arts that we currently have in our commission description. And that the commission chair position rotates so that no chair serves more than 2 years without taking at least a 1-year break from being the chair.
I will second that motion. I just think it's a much more streamlined, easier, user-friendly system. So we have a motion. We have a second. Roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, I'd like to read that motion back. We do have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, second by Mayor Sticks.
Which is a substitute motion.
Correct. And is that the selection process is one member is nominated by each of the city council members and one by the mayor for a 5-member commission, and that for a 7-member commission it is one by each council member, one by the mayor. The 2 remaining seats 6 and 7, would be done by the mayor pro tem and mayor, the nomination to be ratified by the full council for both 5 and 7. And the selection process would be approved as recommended by staff, plus that the planning commission be composed of all 5 residents being required to be residents of the city of Ojai, and eliminate the specialty planning requirements as currently stated. And that the commission chair has a 2-year limit as chair with a gap period in between. Ready for roll call?
No, I'm not ready.
Yeah, take the roll call. Oh, excuse me.
Councilmember Francina.
No.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
We will return to the original motion.
Yes. We have a motion by Councilmember Lang, but that did not receive a second.
I'll second. Oh, Leslie seconded. heard
I
it.
thought, yeah,
she
Councilmember Rule
did.
seconded.
Thank you for clarity. Second, Councilmember Rule. To revise the current ordinances, the commission ordinance, to clarify the language around the nominating committee. That if no consensus of the nominating committee is reached by a majority of council during ratification, then the nominating committee will go back, and the next appointment will come on a future meeting agenda. Please clarify.
I understood it that was to revise the current ordinance, not a complete revamp, such that the nominating committee's nomination requires a majority of the 3 members of the nominating committee to come to the council for an up and down vote. If that vote fails, then any subsequent nomination has to also come from a majority of the nominating committee So it goes back, if the motion fails at council, it goes back to the nominating committee for those 3 to meet and come up with a second nomination that garners 2 of 3, and then return for another up and down vote and repeat until somebody garners both 2 of 3 of the nominating committee and 3 of 5 of the council.
Okay, and is it too late to propose an amendment on that?
I have a question.
I mean, the council members may make an amendment motion, that would be fine.
So
We're about to do roll call.
I would like to amend, propose a friendly amendment to Councilmember Lang, that instead of having this go back and forth process, that in order to bring a nomination forward, that the 3 committee members have to agree.
No. May I? Okay.
Lang's decision. Yep.
So they have to agree, so that would be consensus.
May I say something? I've never known, in the 12 years I've been on, almost 12 years, that there has been back and forth. There has been no problems. You know, you're creating a problem that's unlikely to happen. But there is something else that, since we have to be so careful how we word everything, nothing seems to be taken for granted. Any person that is nominated has to have been interviewed. You can't just pick somebody that you just thought of. Do we need to only?
If the council wants to, if anything you want to require, write it in.
Well,
don't make assumptions.
Okay,
That's what gets us in trouble.
Can you amend your ordinance to state that only a person who has been interviewed by all 3 council members can be nominated?
Right. I think that is important, that all 3, so this is kind of combining Mayor Pro Tem's friendly amendment and Councilmember Francina's comment, that all 3 members must interview the applicant.
Yes, every applicant is interviewed.
Could I speak to the amendment?
City Clerk?
With that amendment, I would also staff request from the clerk's seat that if the person that does not wish to participate doesn't, then it would have to be the next rotating council member in that spot for all 3.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
do you want to accept that?
Yes, I want to accept that.
Wait, can I hold
And then, I think that I think Mayor Pro Tem Whitman's point is really valid, in that then if we have an agreement among the 3, then that is the fail-safe for having it come before council and have that nominee be turned down. So I'm actually I'm taking his friendly amendment as well.
Okay. All right. We have a motion.
Through
We have
the mayor,
yep,
please.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to go ahead.
Mr. City Attorney. Yep.
I wanted to clarify, so it's all 3 must agree. That's the motion?
Or to come back, to come to City Council, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I?
Yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Rule.
Okay.
What if 3 don't agree? What if you can't get the agreement?
This speaks to what Andy Gilman was talking about, that it forces us to get along and to work together.
I like that.
It's a good
might have to be a
team building
comp-
exercise.
There might have
let's
to be
take
a
turns.
compromise.
Let's take turns.
If we believe that, okay, that's not been my experience with this council, but okay.
And
Okay. Could we? We're ready for roll call, Weston.
And included can be that we are always aware when the next when the staff report comes out, it includes the vacancy. I think that will the next vacancy, because I think that would help us to compromise. Yeah.
And that's always public. But yeah, we
Okay,
can make
that's
sure that's
public.
in the
And
info.
And every applicant is, we have a pool of applicants. We don't just have one, we have a pool, so that, we all 3 we're interview, we discuss. So it should work if we have a variety of applicants.
Okay. We have a. And I just, once again, I think it's really comes down to the electeds, and everyone needs 3 votes to get on a commission. And so I think that the system that the city manager and city attorney came up with, much simpler, streamlined. That's my opinion. Okay, all right, so let's get the roll call.
Could I request a summary from City Attorney
Please,
Summers?
yes.
Yes. So
For the record.
it would be to revise, not revamp, the current ordinance, to provide that all nominations require a consensus, 3 of 3 consensus of the nominating committee, and if any nomination fails at council, then it returns to the nominating committee for another 3 of 3 nomination to return.
I have a question. Are you saying
And
that, oh,
all interviews in person with all 3 present. If any nominating committee member fails to be present, barring illness, then their seat rolls to the next in line, whether that's council or chair to vice chair on the commission.
So can I just comment
That's
on
what I
that?
understood was the motion, and I'm going to look to confirm.
Okay, we're
Can I-
taking, Councilmember Lang.
Can I add one more piece to this? If the chair of the commission is up if their term is up, then it would be the vice chair present is in the nominating position.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think you need to work on the language for that person who does not participate. It needs to be an opt-out of the process, not, fails to appear, because there could be all kinds of reasons why they're not able to make an interview. And I think we should allow that interview process to take place well, we didn't describe interviews, so. But I would think that if somebody doesn't want to be present for a 3-person interview, they could be present via video.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, all right, let's have the roll call, please.
okay.
Councilmember Francina.
I'm sorry, I have a question. So you're saying that for the candidate to come forward, they have to have 3 votes?
Out of the nominating committee of 3.
3, okay.
And the nominating committee is the mayor, a rotating
Yes.
council member, and the chair or vice chair as applicable of the commission.
Okay. And then the only way that nomination would fail is if someone changes their mind.
No, not at all. The nominating committee is not the council. So the
Oh, you're
nominating
correct.
committee.
Okay.
Let me break that down.
Got it.
The nominating committee is
Yeah.
the mayor, a rotating council member, and the chair or vice chair of the commission. That then comes up to council when these 5 vote.
Yes, I feel stupid.
No.
Sorry.
Just for the public too to understand, because we're using quick terms for the public. It then is to the 5 elected officials to vote. That's where it would fail.
Very good, very
And
good.
so you're
Yes.
coming into a city council meeting knowing, or more than likely, you have 2, and I would think that you've vetted if you're going to get a 3rd vote for
You
that
can't,
person.
that's breaking the Brown Act.
Vetted meaning the 2 council members who are choosing with the chair are not going to pick somebody that they don't think is going to get a 3rd vote. It's going to require that you not only agree with each other, but it's going to require that you anticipate that there's somebody on council that is
It's all
of
an
like a mind.
experiment.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
Um,
sorry,
my
through
vote
the
is
mayor,
yes.
I
Okay,
have a
we
question.
a roll call, final
No,
comment.
Yeah,
Yep.
not a potentially not a final comment. So, in the world of all possible scenarios, which is what we live in with this particular process, let's say all 3 agree. They put the nomination up. But one of the 2 on the council decides at the last minute that they don't like that. So, in other words, what prevents a council member from going along with it until it actually comes up here
Nothing.
and then
Nothing.
tanks it? Nothing. Thank you. Of course
Can't
The
not.
be
way that would
perfect,
work
but
out is
It would go back.
right. If the council member, somewhere between the nomination being put on the agenda and the night of the vote, or the moment of the vote, if either the two council members poll their support, then the nomination doesn't come, it dies, and then it goes back to the committee to find someone else who can get 3.
Okay.
So there would be an incentive to the council members on the nominating committee not to play that, because that doesn't guarantee that their person gets a vote.
Okay.
Because they can't force that night a vote on their preferred alternative person.
Got it. Thank you.
So you
Yes.
disincentivize game playing.
Right. So I have one other sort of friendly amendment that I meant when we did this ordinance last time. I had serious doubts about whether the mayor should unfairly be, or not unfairly, but have representation on every choice, whereas other council members do not. I was assured by Councilmember Francina, and I'm not pointing fingers, that it had always worked before and that it was a good idea. At the time, I had thought that it would be that I would prefer the third person on that nominating committee to be a council member who had previously been involved in the previous appointment, because they would bring all kinds of knowledge to the party. And I thought it was unfair that one council member was on the nominating committee for every position. That seemed to me to be unbalanced. So if you would accept a friendly amendment to change the makeup of the nominating committee to be the representative who was on either the previous nomination for the committee or the upcoming one, so that they get some background on it. I just think it's not, that we have one person on council who is part of every decision on who makes it on commissions. To me, seemed unbalanced then, and seems even more, I have more reservations about that kind of unbalance and or power residing in one of the 5. I think it's a smarter move to spread it out, because number one, it makes the nominees know more of the council members, as you're going along. So anyway, that would be a friendly amendment, that it become more democratic by choosing someone that either will be the next nominee or was the last council member on the nominating committee. So that would be my friendly amendment.
So I want to make a comment on that, and I disagree wholeheartedly, and I hope that Councilmember Lang will not endorse this, because the distinction that the mayor has is it's the only person on this dais who's been voted on, whether it's yes or no, by every resident of the city.
I have 8 years.
Yes, that's
So-
true. That is true. She has been voted on by every member
At
in
large.
the city. Okay?
Yeah, but we're not going to make her the one person
No.
who's always on that committee.
You said no one had.
I'm fine with keeping it as is.
It's fine.
Councilmember Lang, do you?
I think I'm going to stick with the current language with the mayor. I appreciate the suggestion and the reasoning behind it, and I also think that the mayor has more of a hawk's eye view over things that are happening. Works more closely with the city. There's more responsibility with that role, so I think it makes sense.
Okay, are we ready for the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number 5. New stop signs on Grand Avenue. Can we have quiet? Can we have quiet, please? New stop signs on Grand Avenue, Drown Street and Grand Avenue, Mercer and Cuyama and Church. Thank you, Ms. Palmer, for being here.
Well, good evening. I'm not sure how to follow up that conversation.
You'll do it perfectly. Yeah.
So the item in front of you tonight is very simply staff is asking the city council to adopt 2 resolutions for 3 intersections for the installation of stop signs at 3 intersections throughout the city. The locations were identified by myself and Chief Newman, talking about some intersection management that we need to do out on Grand and on Cuyama. So we're all aware of what has happened recently, and we are trying to do something to prevent any future events. So the resolution, 2 resolutions, and then direct staff to install stop signs. So next slide, I just wanted to put up a couple of pictures just so you can see where we're talking about. So along Grand Avenue, 2 locations, Drown and Grand and Mercer and Grand. So I've got the pink stop signs are the existing, the bright red are the new, the proposed. So we're trying to create some management of Grand Avenue. So that's what it looks like. We're on deck. Public Works is on deck to install these very quickly, depending on the results of tonight's vote. So that will be happening. Next slide. And the next one is at Cuyama and Church. And we've got, of course, we have the stop sign at Cuyama and Del Norte. Other than that, it's a pretty open road, I guess. So it is. So we typically, in a situation like this, given time and given certain other things, we probably would have done a traffic survey, a traffic study of sorts. We want to get something done out there quickly. So we have plans, the city manager and I were discussing today, we have plans to bring something back to city council at a later date to talk about some traffic calming in the gridded streets. We're referring to it as the gridded streets north of Ojai Avenue, which I've spoken to you guys about before. So that will be coming back hopefully this summer sometime. But this is an immediate fix that we think we can get done pretty quickly. So.
And Mayor, if I could just add briefly, and then I'll turn to the city manager. Some have asked in the community, well, what authority does the council have to adopt a stop sign without that backstop of a traffic engineer's assessment? And the answer is Vehicle Code Section 21,351 allows for the council to make a decision regarding what traffic control measures are warranted or necessary to warn or guide traffic in a particular site, like we did with the stop signs added on Creek Road a couple years back. And with that, to the city manager.
Thank you. So the other question we've received is, that's great, you're going to put in some new stop signs, who's going to enforce them? And so what we're proposing to do, we're working with the chief, we're going to be bringing back an agreement for you to consider as part of next year's budget for a motorcycle officer and a motorcycle, 40 hours a week. That's who's going to be enforcing that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Lang?
Yes. So there was currently a speed sign flashing. Speeding board. Yes. And I know that there was also the Drown speed study that was done. Yes. Do we have any results from either one of those, or were they being tracked? I mean, my understanding is that they were being tracked.
So on Drown, it's being tracked.
Okay.
It's been tracked since last March of 23. And it hasn't resulted in, by putting in the speed humps is what we were tracking. So we installed the speed humps, we put up the speed limit board, and the traffic has not reduced as much as we thought it would. Only 2 to 3 miles per hour. So a couple of things could factor into that, and people could have said, oh, I don't want to drive over these speed humps, so we're going to take an alternate route. So there's been, traffic engineering is very psychological. It is. It's not as technical as some other areas of engineering. So we don't really know why, but we had anticipated possibly that traffic would slow a little more. It has not. And as Mr. Harvey has stated, that would be another street we would probably be placing our new police officer to try to really start slowing down traffic for us.
Okay. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I understand that we have authority under the vehicle code provision to place a stop sign without traffic engineer's endorsement. Do we get the design immunity based upon our having decided that placement is reasonable as opposed to having a traffic engineer decide that it's reasonable?
Yes, there are no absolute guarantees in litigation, but yes, the council creates design immunity by making a conscious, reasonable, documented choice to put a stop sign at a particular location, and having done so with the power to make that decision and a reasonable basis for it is documented in the report and this meeting, that creates design immunity for those stop signs choices, an alternative to creating it by a traffic engineer's assessment.
And then I also understand, but this is, from off the record, that our police chief participated in the selection or approval of the locations that were selected.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
And
we
I'll
worked together on that.
And I'll ask the chief to confirm on the record in case ever litigated.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I just thought it would be good.
No,
for
yeah,
the
very good to
public
clarify.
know that
Yeah.
that's
It's not pulled out of thin air. It's
Right.
a very conscious choice with our public works director, our police chief, city manager. Is this what makes sense presented to council?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to public comment.
As far as it's true that other stop signs, like the one at Aliso and North Signal, and at the corner of Grand Summer, those were put in by council vote.
Oh yeah, we have a significant
There's
history
others, yeah.
And part of that reflects that the traffic engineering standards pull from what makes sense in much larger cities.
Yeah.
They don't quite map precisely on what makes sense in a much smaller place with much more much smaller place with different kinds of traffic patterns. And then as Ms. Palmer noted, it's the speed component.
Yeah.
Traffic engineering can take 6-8 months with the right kind of speed surveys they have to do. And that tends to result in it's like we see with speed limits. It's the 85th percentile of whatever people are driving, which creates this continuous ratchet up. Similar things exist with stop sign warrants. This lets us sidestep that if the council so chooses.
Yeah. And my other question is, this is not a substitute for the other things that this council may want to do, such as lowering the speed limit to 25. It's not this is a quick way to hopefully make people mindful they can't just race down Grand and Cuyama, that there's going to be a stop sign.
Yeah, the larger discussion about speed limits and other broader traffic improvement measures continues to be on the agenda.
Okay.
That's the grid
PDNC
speeds.
was one of our goals on this particular project.
Yes, thank you.
Just wanted to do something quickly, and has nothing to do with other measures, other calming measures that you all would like to take.
Okay. Well, let's move on to public comment. We have Bill Miley. Thank you for being here.
Hi. The question is, why now? Why not 6 months ago? Maybe it was because Dr. Whaley died. But that was on Lion Street. Now, one of the people who sent an email to the city council said, you should put a stop sign at Lion Street. Not necessarily. Okay. I'm strongly in favor of slowing the traffic to posted speed limits. And a lot of us want it 25, not 30. And limiting the length of in-city straightways to generate speed. I support the placing of stop signs at, can't read very well here. I thought when I read the administrative report, there was a traffic study mentioned and a history of traffic accidents and injuries and a death. But I didn't see any data presented to show the problem other than a statement that conclusively said we should do it. Also, there's been public and council talk about slowing it down to 25. We've been talking about that for a couple of years. why don't we do that right away? I suggest it would be best for public understanding to present the public the data behind why we're doing this now, to justify the problem and the solution. Because if people know why it was done, they might better support what's there. We should avoid the public thinking the decision is arbitrary. Now, I remember when we had Officer Trippett, who was a city traffic enforcement, and eventually we got rid of him because people thought he was a Nazi because he parked his motorcycle behind a bush, and he caught me doing a California stop, and that was unfair. And people didn't like that. There was a lot of attitude there that was not good. So I think people need to know the background and some of the evidence. I support it all, but that's what I think. We need to get the people on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 raised hands right now. First, we'll have Mark Bodycomb, followed by Teal Rowe. Mark, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you. I want to just agree with what Bill just said. Actually, I went down to the city, to Lindy's office just today and asked for whatever kind of documentation or data had been gathered and presented to the council for purposes of kind of making this decision. And at least from the conversation I just heard, I'm not sure that there's been any. It sounds like this is just being a really quick decision that's been made. I live on Daly Road. I've been driving up and down Grand Avenue for 30 years. I don't think that whatever incidences have occurred that it warrants the real inconvenience and disruption, I think, to reasonable traffic going up and down Grand Avenue. I think that there's a real issue of unintended consequences. And frankly, kind of like you guys mentioned, I think a couple of the stop signs that were put in before, the one at Summer and Signal, I think I think that was really a mistake, because what happens is that people who used to go down Signal to get down to Ojai Avenue, the vast majority of them now, because of that stop sign, now turn right on Summer Road. And they have increased the traffic on Summer inordinately. There are cross streets on Summer that are going to, cause accidents because there aren't even stop signs on them. I think that there are unintended consequences to some of these decisions. The one that was put in on Creek Road, you've got, at Saddle and Creek, you've got maybe a dozen cars a day that come out of Persimmon Hill onto Creek Road, and I'm sure that they appreciate it. But you're impacting hundreds of drivers going, to and from on Creek Road, for, again, on a windy part of Creek Road that I'm not sure really even makes any, impact or positive issue. I read a report just this week that was put together by a consortium of cities that talked about, the unintended consequences of unnecessary stop signs. One is that, like Bill again kind of mentioned, without the public understanding even what the rationale is, there's going to be animosity towards it. There are going to be people who don't, even pay attention to it. And I understand you're talking about putting a new police officer out there, but it causes confusion and even negative feelings on the part of the community. There's without question, statistically, increased noise and air pollution that takes place due to stopping and starting. All these cars that go up and down Grand Avenue are going to stop. They're going to accelerate, and that causes a significant problem. I think there's an increased risk for pedestrians who are going to be crossing at those areas because there's a stop sign now. And I think that, again, and one thing I noted.
Thank you, Mark.
Next, we have Teal Rowe. Teal, you have the floor.
Thank you. Teal Rowe, county resident who walks Grand very often. And I'm concerned with what the previous caller mentioned about the idling cars and air quality, as well as the pedestrian part of it, you know, I think Grand should be 25 miles an hour all the way out. And also sometimes on Pulse Point, for some reason I look at Pulse Point and there's been accidents out at Grand and Gridley. I mean, who gets in an accident at Grand and Gridley? It just makes no sense to me. I would think that this issue could be more appropriately solved by hiring and raising everybody's consciousness about the speed of the town. And what that is, I don't know. I would think that lower Grand speed limit for sure. I don't think stop signs are going to help. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Teal.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
All right, we'll move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
Well, I'd like to hear from Chief Newman. The logic was that these are T intersections, so there's a three-way stop, right?
Correct.
I mean, there will be a three-way.
There will be a three-way.
There will be a three-way.
The two additional new ones are both three-way stop signs.
Yeah, yeah. And Church makes sense because oftentimes when I want to turn from Church, which I do a lot, it pauses the traffic, and that's good. Maybe we should explain to the public more the rationale. If you could do that, you and Lindy could do that.
Sure.
Because seems good.
So, you know, in regards to speed, you know, I can tell you that Grand Avenue, what happens is mostly residents are using Grand Avenue. I'm a resident, I do it myself, and everyone is trying to avoid taking Ojai Avenue, so they use Grand Avenue as the main thoroughfare. We don't have any statistics to show in our accidents that we've taken on Grand Avenue that speed is the main collision factor. A lot of times it's been distracted driving. So stop signs, potentially you could say, are going to cause people to pay attention a little bit more, to have to stop at a stop sign. Is there potential for accidents at a three-way intersection? Absolutely. That could occur anywhere. But I think if you are forcing the people to pay attention because they have to stop at an intersection or a stop sign, you may reduce possibly the incidence of distracted driving. We can always visit speed things later on. We can always look at that. But I think in terms of what we were looking for as a short-term solution, this, I think, fits the bill.
And I would think that adding that stop sign makes it easier for people to cross.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to.
And, you know, and Lenny can explain this more, but, you know, when we do put up stop signs, it's not just a brand new stop sign that we throw up. We got to put the flags up. We got to put, so people are going to see that. It's not just a single stop sign. We have to do preparation by law to show that we are adding intersections there. And that's going to get people's attention. And it's going to, you know, the more they drive through there, the more they realize they're going to have to stop at a new stop sign.
And one other key there, just ahead of Ms. Palmer, pedestrians also need to remember that a stop sign is not a force field.
Yeah.
You know, the right-of-way doesn't guarantee that the cars are going to stop for you. They need to, but you should also need to be aware and, like, look both ways.
And what we'll be doing too is we will be attempting to get drivers used to a new traffic pattern. It's what they did at the Y when Caltrans put those K-rails when they were, you know, pinching down the road. We're trying to get people used to this, so we will be putting flags up, you know, the flags to let them know that there's a new stop sign. As mentioned previously by a number of people, it does not guarantee people are going to stop. People run red lights. People run stop signs. If you're a pedestrian, you got to look both ways, and you've got to have a safe crossing. And there's not a lot we can do to mandate that. I mean, there are measures we can take to encourage that, and we hope that people abide by the rules of the road. But
And that's where it then gets paired with the, as the city manager noted, an additional motor deputy. That's the second pairing of it.
Right.
Break up the traffic flow by breaking up the straightaways, and then pair it with careful deployment of the motor deputy to ticket enough people into shaming to change behavior.
Well, just to follow up on the distracted driving, when you, and we've talked about this, and I talked to Chief Rivera about it, that cell phones, when you say distraction, and I mean, that has been a huge change in our culture in the last couple of years in particular. So do you think that that would cause people not to look at their cell phones if they had to stop? Right.
If they had to look at the road, yeah,
Right.
absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you 100% that it's going to solve all of our problems, but absolutely, if people know that they have to pay attention and they're seeing some of these things that we have to put up in terms of preparation for a new stop sign, it's going to cause people to have to look up from. It's going to happen. No matter where you are, no matter what you do, people are going to drive distracted because there's so much things that we have out there that people are distracted when driving. But the hope is that it will cause people to pay attention when they're driving down Grand Avenue.
Thank you.
So,
and I just, Councilmember Lang and I drive that every day and live there and walk there every day. And there are tons of kids and tons of dogs and baby carriages on Grand all the time. And crossing to Sarasota. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that one thing for the public to know too is that intersection of Drown and Grand is really, it's funky. Like Drown is right here, and then it picks up kind of to the right. And I've noticed, just because driving that street every day, I've noticed that sometimes it can be confusing. There can be a kind of a traffic backup. There can be some issues right there at that intersection. And it also does break up a big chunk of Grand between Park and Montgomery that's wide open. And we have had a lot of parents with small children on Grand, both sides of Grand, or people just like walking their dogs, who've had incidents with really fast, aggressive drivers. And it hasn't been safe. But I'm wondering, so I know I really support that decision, but I'm wondering about the Mercer intersection, because between Drown and Gridley, there's Park, and there's a stop sign there, and then Park, and then you go down, and then there's Gridley. And I know that is a big stretch of property, but there aren't a lot of properties to the left. I mean, there's nothing there between Mercer and Gridley to the left that has a lot of traffic. So I'm wondering if that is, what was the thought behind that one in particular?
So you're right in saying that between essentially Park and Gridley, there's nothing there, but there's one side that's residential, and then the other side is all agricultural. And there's nothing that you're going to be able to do between Park and Gridley. There's no arterial streets that come in through there, with the exception of Mercer. I will say up front, I live on Grand, at the corner of Grand and Golden West. I really don't want a stop sign right there, because I got to stop, and I literally have to drive like 100 feet and then turn onto my street. But there was really no other way to break up that long stretch between there and Gridley. And cars, I hear them at night all the time. I could hear their engines revving from when they take off from the stop sign from Park and just blow down Gridley. But in reality, I really, there's nothing that we could do short term to break up that stretch right there. And as far as I know, we've never had any accidents right there between Mercer and Gridley. So
it seems like there's not that much foot traffic, and like there wouldn't be as much of a need there. But I think, but is it a concern? Do you think we would have more accidents if we had a stop sign there than if we kept it open?
I couldn't tell you that with specificity, but here's what I will say is the fact that when you get to, when you leave Park and you go toward Gridley, there's so much more space there for both bicyclists and pedestrians, and very little, sorry, there's a bug crawling on the table. There's usually no parking right there because, there's no houses there's only houses on one side and it's a wall. And then you have the other side of the orchard. So there's usually no cars that park there. Whereas the rest of Grand, you have cars parked on both sides of the road. And as soon as you have a bicyclist or a pedestrian, step off of maybe there's a sidewalk somewhere in there occasionally, but as soon as you have someone step off the side of the road to cross that road, that's pretty dangerous when you have cars blocking your vision as you're driving down Grand Avenue. So that's I don't see a whole lot of potential for some issues at that stretch right there. The stop sign at Mercer, I think, will just add to the fact that people will be paying attention and will hopefully slow the traffic down.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'm going to read a line from the report. It says the long history of accidents, near collisions, and aggressive driving behavior presents a significant risk to the traveling public. I agree with that statement. And I think, though, that our primary cause for that, aggressive driving behavior is that we've got too many cars that are on streets that haven't been built to handle the amount of traffic that's running through them. And so drivers who find themselves being, slowed down in traffic are becoming more and more aggressive. And they are going more and more to streets that were designed, that weren't designed to take as many cars. And so, unless we tackle that problem, putting up stop signs is not really getting us where we need to be. I do believe that our number one avenue should be traffic enforcement. And so, when it finally comes to us, I'll be very supportive of buying a motorcycle and paying the salary of a traffic enforcement officer. Since the accident happened on Lion, I've, paid particular attention to motorized chairs that are using our city streets. And, one thing I noticed is that none of them have any extra identification that, that they're there. You either see the chair rumbling along or you don't. And, I know that I've seen other chairs, but I haven't seen them in Ojai that have, a flag or something on them, so that, I think we need to, look at potentially, requiring that and supplementing. So if a chair is going to be on our city streets, it has to have something. I'm throwing out the flag idea, but that we, drawing more attention to the fact that we've got those types of vehicles on our streets, I think would be an imperative. I'm interested in what data we have concerning the speed on Grand. Do we know what the average speed on Grand is?
No, we can pull some data from the board that's out there, though.
It's available. It would have to be. So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier in reliance on our city manager for his knowledge of, municipal employee salaries. He's got the subject matter expertise. And even though I know there's reasons, to be wary of a traffic engineer, I do know, a couple of people commented on it, and I believe it's true that you potentially, putting a stop sign potentially increases the risk of accidents. And I think that one, before we put up stop signs as deterrents to speeding, we should know what the average speed is on Grand, and I think that we should have input from a traffic engineer to make sure that we're not increasing the hazards rather than reducing the hazards. So I wouldn't vote against number one, I think I have enough experience with Church and Cuyama to say that people are flying down Cuyama, and that I would have no problem with adopting that stop sign today without further review. But as far as the 2 traffic stops that we're proposing on Grand, I'd like to see us have, data on traffic speeds, and I'd like to see us have an assessment from a traffic engineer to make sure that placing stop signs there would not increase rather than decrease the risk of accidents.
Would you like to turn that into a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
But can I make it?
So let's get the motion on the table first.
So, my motion would be to approve the traffic sign at Church and Cuyama, to receive more information in the form of speed studies on Grand and a traffic engineer's assessment of the risks associated with placing a traffic stop at those locations.
Is there a second?
And-
I want to make yeah. Oh.
And I'd also like to see staff bring back ideas for how we can we, and what would improve the safety of those motorized chairs if they're being used on city streets. Like I said, my proposal was a flag, but I'm sure somebody's looked at it more thoroughly than me.
I'm not entirely sure we can mandate that under federal ADA law, but if the assessment is assess options,
Yes.
motorized wheelchairs, that's
Well,
what
okay.
I will return to the manager.
Yeah, and I
on
just
that
was going to
piece.
jump in. I think our proposal is this, what we're calling the grid concept, which comes to you this summer. Because we're looking to address that in a different manner. Namely, we're looking at converting some streets to one-way with dedicated ped bike lanes.
Parking on one side,
Right.
ped on another.
It's a concept.
Concept, yeah, it's
coming
all-
to you for discussion. That's how we
Okay, well
propose to
then
address that.
I'll drop the last part of my proposal and maybe I'll, talk to you and Lindy behind the scenes and Matt about the idea of modifying chairs or requiring modifications to chairs. But so the motion is limited to the the traffic signal, traffic sign at Church and Cuyama, and then more information about the ones on Grand at Drown and Mercer.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I would like to second it, but I think that time is of the essence for the stop signs on Grand and Drown or Grand and Mercer because of recent events. So, is there a way Go ahead, do you have something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead. Go
first
ahead.
of all, I think we should divide up and vote separately on Kuyama and Grant, even though I'm in favor of all of them. The reason I'm in favor of Grant, I know Grand like I know, I've been down Grand with groups of school-age children for years with police escort. You can ask Chief Freihoff, he can testify. And to get those kids safely to school, we had to have officers in the front, in the back, we had to have parents, because it is a speedway. Ask every resident that lives on Grand. We do not need a traffic engineer to tell us people are speeding down Grand. And my understanding is that these stop signs are just a first step. Perhaps even when we do all the other things, we can take out the one maybe at Mercer. I'm confident that the one Drown is needed and Koyama's needed. A little bit not so sure about Mercer, but it's not, they're not that hard to take out. And just like when we put them in at Grand, at first people thought, some people don't like them. I love them because I walk elderly people and children through that intersection. Anybody who tries to negotiate summer, at least there's some safety there. For all those, people protested those stop signs too. In my opinion, they're a very good thing there. And I like the reminder that we give people about 6 months to get used to it by putting warning flags so they won't be surprised. And it does send a message that this is a residential street. Slow down, people. Pay attention. It sends a message. So my substitute motion is that we approve that we can, I'm all for 1 and 2, or we can separate them as is the council's pleasure.
You want to go ahead and make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adopt recommendation 1 and 2. Want me to read them? Or that the city council adopt a resolution directing staff to install all-way stop signs at the T intersections of Grand Avenue and Drown Avenue and Grand Avenue and Mercer Avenue. Why don't we take it separate, because that way you can vote for the one on Kuyama.
Yeah. I was going to ask you to do that.
Yeah.
So let's do that one first. Ms. Palmer, do you want to say
A couple
something?
of reminders too is indeed these can be temporary. They can be installed and they can be removed. They really can quite easily. Secondly, I wanted to remind all of you that Grand Avenue is also slated for this summer's paving. So the surface will be nice, it will be smooth, there will be no cracks, there will be no potholes. You can imagine what will happen then.
Okay. Let's vote.
So let's have, you want to make the first motion
Yeah, I'll
on
make
just
the first
Kuyama.
motion. I need a second.
Okay, with it just Kuyama.
No, the first one
Okay,
is the
you're doing
first
both.
one.
Okay,
Is
never
the
mind.
T.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Yeah, I'll second it. I haven't had a chance to speak yet, so I'm perfectly. I just want to say that I'm in support of both of the stop signs on Grand. I think it is about distracted driving, and I think you do have to look up and pay attention. It takes you away from your cell phone. It also is about speed. There are a lot of bicyclers who bike Grand, and they're heading into the East End, and there are also a lot of walkers on the side of the road. And the more you can slow down traffic, the safer you make them. We had a golden retriever hit and killed, and it's it was the dog was out loose, had escaped from home. But the point being is that we need to slow things down, and then we can assess what all of that means. But even at Mercer, cars are going too fast. So I'm in support of both of those on principle and on the fact that they're going too fast right now. So, and it's not it is permanent, but if we were to find out that there was another way to do things, we could also do that. But once again, it as Chief Newman pointed out, it is distracted driving as much as it is speed. It's both of them.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second.
And I'll just to comment, when I vote no on the grand stop signs, it's not because I don't think those could be a good idea. I just want the additional information, including the advice from a traffic engineer.
And I respect that, and I think it would be wonderful to get data, and we should get data. On the other hand, walking, biking, driving that road every single day, multiple times, there are accidents waiting to happen right there, and they have already happened, unfortunately. So, and I think it's really good to know that it's not permanent, and that we're looking at a different system or a new system potentially. So this is a quick fix of a dangerous situation in this moment. So ready for roll call, everybody?
I'll make one more effort to change Mayor Pro Tem Andy's vote. I want you to know that there have been, Bob Daddy and I worked with, I think, 2 previous public works directors. We have spent hours collecting data on Grand Avenue. It must be somewhere in the city archives. Okay. But, that was a previous council. Somewhere the data is there. I even found all my old notes going back, from what we're going to.
I think we're ready for the roll call.
Could I please request a second for the record?
I think it was Councilmember Rule.
Yeah, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, motion, Councilmember Francina, second Councilmember Rule, to adopt the resolution to install stop signs at Grand and Drown and Grand and Mercer. Roll call.
Didn't I make that motion?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you said something else.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion passes. Excuse me. Motion passes 4-1.
Great.
Okay,
I'll make
excellent.
the second one.
All right.
Madam Mayor, we do need to vote on the other reso.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to make the second one?
Yeah.
Sure.
I move that we approve the resolution to place a stop sign at Church Road in Cuyama.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Motion clearly understood. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. All right, we will move on now to council member reports. Anyone? We're going to do this first, and then move to closed session. Yep. That's okay.
No, that's per the agenda, yes.
Okay, anybody
Council reports and closed session.
have any council member reports?
I could never remember them.
Well, I'll start. The rec center had a fantastic open house, so thank you very much to Matt. I hope you're listening. Stupendous job, great community outpouring, and great, a lot of kids, a lot of fun. So thank you very much. Art in the Park, another home run, really fun event, and a great turnout. Thank you to the Art Center for organizing that, and also the transit stop. Did Lindy just walk out? Yeah, beautiful work of art, and a great symbol of community collaboration. All local people worked on it, and it was really, everybody go out and sit on it because it's really nice. Anybody else?
You can see photographs on the city Facebook page. Nice photos.
Any
fun
other
photos.
report out? City manager's report? Nope. Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to report that we have our annual flag raising of the Progress Pride flag on June 3rd, and the date for Pride for the ceremony, or the, I guess, celebration is what we're calling it this year. We have great volunteers who are organizing it for June 30th from 10 to 2 at Libby Park. So thank you to all of our great volunteers.
And 1 o'clock on Monday, flag raising. Yep. Great. Anybody else? Nope. All right, we will move on to the closed session.
I want to say one thing. I just want people to know that if you send in a public comment and we're slow to respond, I want to assure you, I read them, and we try to respond. And my understanding is that we're going to get a response on the cottages, right? Yeah. To that letter? Yes. Yeah. Okay. And all your other great suggestions, sooner or later, will come forward on the agenda. Yeah.
Oh, so I do have one issue for future agenda items. I know that that there eventually is going to be a deadline for getting a ballot measure, and, you know, we've all talked about varying methods of raising taxes. So I would at least like to know, you know, what's the deadline for
August
us
9th.
August 9th?
Deadline to put something on the November 2024 ballot is August 9th.
Really?
So we have
Yes.
two and a half.
We got time to do
Yeah, we need something in July too.
Okay.
So it's up to the council to do. Time is short to do it. It's up to the council. We can. That would be a future agenda item.
Yeah, there's
On
only
the
one
June
meeting,
meetings.
right?
Yeah, I don't want to miss the opportunity to do that. I think the public, there's a lot of people in the public who would like to see us do something. I don't know that we can agree on what we should do, but I think we need to at least look at it before our deadline comes and goes. So maybe Matt can tell us the date by which we need to have a meeting or a vote.
Through the mayor, the city clerk's office response deadline to the Ventura County Elections Division is July 1st. So,
And the county deadline is a hell of a lot earlier than the statutory deadline.
correct.
There is
Okay.
always a theoretical risk that the county refuses to put it on the ballot. If they do, there's ways around that, but it creates complications. My suggestion would be, if we're going to have this discussion, it's in June.
Second meeting, would that be enough time?
It might. We should confer.
Yeah.
Let staff confer on the best meeting of June.
And I'm just assuming from past comments that there's lots of interest on council for adopting some type of measure.
All right, let's move on to the closed session. Mr. City Attorney? anything
Yes,
to
thank you,
report?
Madam Mayor. The council will be meeting in closed session to consider three items. One regarding conflicts of real property negotiators regarding 601 East Ojai Avenue. Second, public employee performance evaluation for city manager. Third, public employee performance evaluation for city attorney. No reportable action is expected on any of the three items. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will adjourn to closed session.